That's really loud. Okay. Alright, how's everyone going? Yo! Alright, everything's gonna be up and going real quick. I am just sharing the stream around. Yeah. Hope everyone is doing okay. I'll switch to Facecam when the song finishes, which will be very soon. God, Trails in the Sky, this is nostalgic. Alright, here we go. Let's go and switch over to Facecam. Hey, how's it going, everyone? Oh my gosh, we're here. Oh, the funny song. I should probably change it to the next one. This is a really funny OST selection. Okay. Anyway, yeah. Cool. All right, I do have my microphone turned on. All right, everything looks good. Everything looks good. Cool. So I will slightly. Okay, we'll keep it here for the time being. I'll just be way over to the left compared to where I normally have my chair. But yeah, today is the 20th anniversary of the Legend of Heroes Trail series. And I'm here to basically just kind of hang out with you guys and kind of talk about Trails. I have some things in mind for what I'm going to be doing today. I'm just very quickly sharing out the stream very quickly. So we'll just put this here. Right. Self-promo into this. I will switch back to the Getting Ready stream because it may actually take a second, so give me a bit. Gosh, Trails in the Sky is such a mood. How many of you guys remember starting with those games? Or if you didn't, you probably started with Cold Steel 1 as well. it depends. It usually tends to be one of those two. You'll get Trails games for PS4. Dang. Have you not played the series at all, Steven? Pretty good games. I can definitely recommend them. Let's see. Okay. Let me put... self-promo on this one here. Okay. Hey, Vash, yo! Welcome, welcome, welcome! Okay, I think I'm starting to see faces, like, at least I recognize vaguely from comments and stuff. I think you popped into streams before, too, if I recall right. Sorry, it's been, like, a bit as well since I've streamed as well, so, like, if I forget things, I'm sorry! Okay, we'll go ahead and, switch back over to Facecam for a second, so, yeah. Alright, now we're going to officially start this. Hello everyone, it's GenmaTheSamurai here, and today we're here to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Legend of Heroes Trails franchise, specifically Trails in the Sky, the very first Trails game. It released today in Japan. Granted, in Japan, the day's already passed, so I did a lot of my celebrating on Twitter yesterday. But basically, it was the 24th of June in Japan when Trails in the Sky dropped, and so we're here today to celebrate a series that I have been entrenched in for 5 years now. It's been quite a journey. So yeah, I have some things in mind for today. We're going to be doing some tier lists. We're also going to be playing a game at some point just to kind of like vibe and talk. I'm not quite sure which one I want to do first. We can probably get into the tier lists, and then we can probably just get into talking, because I think the tier lists are going to be the thing most people are really going to want to see, but I'm going to wait for a few people to pop in before we really get this going. Or at the very least, I'll give it like another 10 minutes or something. We could just kind of talk. But man, I guess I could give an update though. So one big thing that was really unfortunate, I was actually wanting to get the Cold Steel 2 video done for today. I was wanting to have it all finished because, fun fact, Cold Steel 2, not on the day, but during the year, was actually the 10th anniversary game. So because of that, I figured it'd be kind of cute to kind of have like Cold Steel 2 released then. Didn't work out. In fact, I'm only barely halfway through the video. It's been a bit of a grueling editing process getting it done, but I've been making progress. It's just a long one, a very long one. Especially since I'm going to be talking about spoilers for once, which I have not really done with my other reviews so far. So that's going to be a whole thing. But yeah, also Daybreak, that's releasing soon. So I do have a deadline on that one. I want to get it done a week before Daybreak. So I think I'm going to try and get this video done before the first now. So it's going to be a bit. For the record, I'm in the combat section now. So once that's done, I think it should be relatively easy going editing wise. Once I'm through that section, should be. But we'll see how things go with this one. These videos tend to have curveballs. The main thing is a large chunk of the video is going to be the spoiler section. But I think that one will probably be straightforward to edit when I get to that. Regardless, though, I am making progress. And I've been running sections by some friends just to get their opinions on it. I think you guys will like it. But yes. Anyway. Cool. So, I guess we can just kind of... I was waiting for a few more regulars, but they might be a little bit early for a few of them. I guess we could just kind of get into it then. Let's get into some tier lists, but I think we should start with probably something minor for the time being. And just kind of talk about the series for a bit, so... Let's go ahead and switch on over. Also, let me know if the audio balancing is bad. Please let me know if the audio balancing is bad, or if you guys have issues with it at any point. I don't always notice these things. So, okay. Here we go. Whoops. Spoiler. Let's go to this screen. Woo! Hey guys. Whoa, up. Hi, Metroid. That is absolutely hilarious. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to have to reopen a few windows. Plot twist! I brought you all here to talk about Metroid Prime. Wahaha. Okay. Oh, I know, right? Well, to put this into perspective, guys, I forgot if I mentioned this, but, like, literally the intro to Cold Steel 2, the review, I have to talk about the ending of Cold Steel 1, because it's, like, impossible for me to talk about Cold Steel 2 without talking about the ending. So, it's gonna be interesting. I think it has worked out, though. I've run this by Cyrus before, and he seemed to really like it. I don't think I'll ever recover, Cyrus. How dare you presume of me to recover from anything emotionally. Okay, so anyway, right. So I'm gonna do some tier lists today. I figured we could start off with some simple stuff, and if you guys know any like really good tier lists in here that you guys recommend, you guys can let me know. I've seen some of these, I'm just like, okay. I have heard about that. I kind of wish I wasn't spoiled on that. Lucky for you, I was spoiled on that. I would have been furious. But no. That I'm kind of okay with because it's been so long. But yeah, I've been avoiding... Oh, I should say this, by the way, guys. I've been avoiding, like, as much of, like, the Japanese-only ones as I can. So, like, Daybreak coming out, I'm going in completely blind. So do not talk Daybreak to me. I have not played it. Okay? Okay. Oh, so true. So true. Yes, exactly. That's what we meant here. So yeah, do not talk Daybreak. And also, like, it's gonna be really weird. I'm assuming most of us here who are probably at least caught up in the West, but I will try not to myself talk spoilers more than I have to. But we'll see. Anyway, I figured we could start off by... Oh god. So I have a few tier lists that seem promising. So there's Trails chapters individually. I see ones for the ones I cannot comment on in here, but geez, this is so freaking abrupt. I'm gonna need to find a different Sky FC OST. Hold on. Let me we'll use this one. Okay, this seems better. Cool. There we go, that'll work. Alright. Anyway, I have a few tier lists here that do seem promising. So, this Trails chapters, we have Daydreams, and we also have the Doors from 3rd. We'll put that here, that order. So, there's also battle music, because I like the battle themes in these games a lot, actually. And we also have the games themselves, which I've done tier lists of this before. I did it once in my Trails into Reverie stream, but I figured it'd probably be fun to revisit this a little bit. So yeah, if you guys have any other suggestions, which one of these do you guys think you would like us to tackle first? Very fair. Very fair. I'm also shout out to having 2 Kevin stands in the chat. He is not my personal favorite main character, but boy, I wish they did not do him so dirty, because he is a really good one. Anyway, I think we could probably start with Is there other ones I can throw in here? Geometry Dash in here. Okay. Nightmare New Game Plus tier list? Is it that for, like, the playable characters in that? Very funny. Okay. Kiseki music? I'm scared. Are they gonna have... Yeah, that is what I thought. I am not doing that. That's a bit much. Yo. Hi Kaiser, how's it going? All right, we'll just jump into talking about the chapters, because I think alternating these will give us a good discussion point for just kind of talking about the series and reflecting on it. So I guess I'll start with Sky. So I'll move the chat over here so it's not constantly disappearing for me. So Trails of the Sky first chapter. Funny enough for me overall, having revisited these games, because I've been replaying them for the channel, and I've had to like look over their stories. Some of them I've also seen friends react to some of them. So like my friend Jordan did playthroughs of the first chapter, and he also played through second chapter. 10 hours stream, right? No, I'm not doing that. But yeah, when it comes to first chapter though, I've reached the conclusion, I don't mean this to disparage any of the later games at all, but if I had to be like quote unquote objective, I think first chapter might actually have one of the best written plots of the entire series, just in terms of how, despite how subtle and like slow and like generally uninteresting first chapter can be, like if you aren't like paying too much attention, just how every little detail builds up to that ending, and it just kind of feels really well crafted. Like everything that's there has some kind of purpose. Some of it is for the game itself, some of it are for the sequels, and it's actually kind of insane how well it manages to do that. And even down to the fact that I had a friend who guessed the ending cutscene verbatim from Olivia's song, which is insane. But so overall, I think a lot of but it's also in an interesting place because they are some of the least like exciting chapters in the series. I will definitely say this though. I think the chapter where most people get on board with the game, and probably by extension the series, is chapter 2. But yeah. For sure. Oh, and also my mouse may be out of sync with what you're seeing. Yeah. Yeah. So I think for me, chapter 2 is, at the very least, it's like, I'm gonna be obviously adjusting these as we go through these, but I feel chapter 2 of first chapter. Oh, and I should also preface something really funny here. Okay, Cold Steel 3 and 4 are the ones I remember the least, because they are now the oldest ones for me. Because I've replayed up through Cold Steel 2, and I did play Reverie in between Azure and Cold Steel 1. So, like, the rest of the games except for 3 and 4 are gonna be relatively fresh. I say that, but yeah. So my feelings in general on Cold Steel 3 and 4 are not going to be finalized, unfortunately. I was wanting to do this tier list after I've replayed all of them, but we're here. So, all right, let's go ahead and talk about the. All right, I love chapter 2, the one with Chloe, in Rouen with the. You have like the stage play, you have the whole mystery aspect with Chloe. Chloe's a great character. The school section I didn't vibe with much the first time I played it, but it was fun. And didn't last as long as I remembered. Also, God, Sophisticated Fight, bro. Love this song. In general, I really liked the, I don't know, the atmosphere of the Rouen region with the beach. It was really cool. Definitely one of my favorite regions in the game. And also, because of it being on the beach and like with those linear roads, probably had like the least like gameplay wise, it probably was like one of the better ones, because I think, in my opinion, Sky first chapter and second chapter are at their worst in the regions that have the big open fields, because it's like it's very easy to get displaced when you're running around them. But which, I guess, speaking of which, okay, now that we have the best chapter in SC out of the way, I feel that prologue and chapter 3 are tied for the worst for me. The prologue is like really good. It's really important. It sets up a lot, has a lot of really good like character stuff in it. But it's also like the roughest one gameplay wise. Possibly the roughest chapter in the series gameplay wise. It is. Hey Dorman, yo. Yeah, the prologue is like probably the roughest chapter in like the series gameplay wise, because aside from maybe SC chapter 8. But the fiber on the night sky. Yeah, right. I don't know. In general, it's fine. Like it has a lot of really good build-up. It's just it's hard for me to judge this one because it's like it's really good, but it's so freaking slow to a newcomer. Like you have to basically tell someone, most people when they finish this chapter, to be like the game gets better. I'm gonna give it a C or D. I'm gonna give it a C for the time being. It'll probably move. Chapter 3, though, okay. So, I like that it continues... Well, let's talk about Chapter 1 before we go to Chapter 3. This one was actually pretty solid. You know what? Let's do this. I think Chapter 1 is pretty solid in first chapter. That one is the one where you're in the Bose region and you are dealing with the Sky Pirates, and you kind of have... you're introduced to Olivier. You're introduced to... well, Olivier is the big one. But it also establishes several more characters that are going to be important throughout the game. And it is pretty good in terms of, like, the world layout. Like, again, that's another chapter that doesn't have the big open fields. So that one actually is not terrible gameplay-wise. And I think for most of it, you have a full party, so... It might be approaching Chapter 2 for me. It just doesn't have, like, the same emotional high moments, I guess. But it's pretty good. And again, Olivier, his introduction, one of the best characters in the series. I love him. Chapter 3 is the best. Do you remember Chapter 3? Okay, we'll talk about that now, I guess. Okay, Chapter 3 of yeah, for sure. Chapter 3, okay. So, here's the big thing. There are two sides to Chapter 3 on this one, okay? The good side to it is the story. The bad side to it is the gameplay. This is, like, the other rough part. It doesn't have, like, the you were stuck with two characters problem. Its problem is that I feel like it has everything wrong about the side questing in the series condensed in a single chapter. Like, there's a moment where you are given Tita, and you just kind of have to know to go and check the Bracer Guild. Because, like, 5 quests open up, and, like, most people will instinctively just kind of go to the next plot beat, not realize that they just failed, like, 5 quests. And half of the quests in Chapter 3 are just, like, you're running back and forth, like, between, like, oh, go to this spot to find this book, to go and bring back to this, to go and do that, grab the book, go back to this, or... And there's, like, riddles and stuff like that. There's, like, so much zigzagging you do in Chapter 3, and it has a big open field just like the prologue, so it has, like, a lot of points where you can kind of get turned around. And from a game design standpoint, okay, I want to bring up one thing. It is very funny, but a lot of people in first chapter, when they're just starting this one, on their way to Zeiss, in the middle of the cave, you can enter the Funny Penguin Cave, and you will get dunked hardcore if you try and go in there, because you're supposed to go there for the plot later, which on the one hand is fun that they let you do that, but it also is a little debatable game design thing, because some people just are a little too curious for their own good. And I mean, and obviously at that point you only have Estelle and Joshua as well, so like that's a big recurring problem I have with the gameplay in first chapter in general, when you're just locked to those two characters, but all of the enemies are balanced around a full party, and it's not a fun time. Yeah. Yeah, so I feel this is going to be here because I think the story's good, but it has a lot of downsides to it. It does continue the stakes from chapter 2, but I like the development for Tita and Agate, and you know, you get to see the Estelle Joshua stuff develop, and so it's like a natural progression in that sense. But it's, yeah, the gameplay side. Yeah. Okay, the finale though for first chapter, freaking Kino. Bro, you have a tournament arc. You have like the friggin' like scenes where you're just building up the tension with Richard. You have like all the political intrigue that's going on in it, and then it all just kind of crescendos into that final act where you're fighting. You end up fighting like Louve, and then you're going down into the thing. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. And then you have the whole dungeon at the end, which okay, game design wise, not the final dungeon is not great, but the music is so freaking good, and the hype moments there, and then the ending. Oh my god. Okay, the finale also is where like a lot of the foreshadowing bits are like at full throttle, because for the record, the establishing shot for Grand Cell, I just want to bring this up, is the park bench. That's the establishing shot. And when I replayed it, I had like a moment. And there's a lot of like little things like that throughout the game, but like the finale is like especially thick with it. It's so good. Like it, so in general, I really like, yeah, really strong. I have a feeling some of these will be raised, but like we're talking narrative. Obviously, man. Okay, I said this one had one of the best plots, so I kind of feel it should probably be higher. We'll buff these. I still feel I'll have put chapter 1 here, and then we'll have it like that. Okay, we're talking plots, but then I feel the side questing is because there are like plot elements in the side quest, so like that does bleed into it. Anyway, for the time being, we'll keep it like this. Okay, for the time being. All right. So overall, first chapter, really, really solid start to the series. I feel it is really, really good. And then we get to SC. Okay. Anyone like have any counter like arguments for any of these placements? I guess like let me see. And least favorites North Highlands and Cold Steel 1. Oh god, without the turbo. Oh god, I'm so glad I played the series with the turbo. By the way, we'll get to talk about that later. But yeah, oh god, I can only imagine. I started the series again in like 2019. And so I played Cold Steel 1 in like 2021 or something like that. Like Cold Steel 3 was just coming out when I played these. So yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna turn off a setting for a second. Sorry guys, you're gonna hear the audio jump. Heads up. Okay, that should be good. That'll turn off the delay, so that will help with some things. Imagine playing first chapter on PSP, bro. Oh, believe me, that's not even gonna be the worst of it. I'm gonna have to talk about. Okay, there's one moment in second chapter. Not be fun on hardware. Okay. Cool. Well, alright, I guess I'll just move on to SC for now, and then if you guys have any comments, we'll adjust it. So, okay. I have a feeling there's a bit of a delay happening. We'll live with it. Alright, so with second chapter, I have a little bit of a spicy take about the prologue. Just a little bit. Alright, I should preface the start of the prologue is really good. I like, in general, the way it picks up immediately after the ending is amazing. Oh yeah. Yeah, because they had weird translation on that. Yeah, Zane or whatever. Man. But yeah, I really like the way it picks up after the ending of the first game and like really develops, you know, how Estelle reacted to this information, all that kind of stuff. That is fantastic. In general, the intro to the game up until like the opening plays is great. We get to be introduced to Kevin. Kevin's awesome. My problem, and this is the spicy part, is Lalacal. I think Lalacal is... It feels really obviously created to have, like, an intro to this game because they had to split it into two. At least that's how it felt to me when I replayed SC. The first time around it was great because you do get, like, there's some good stuff about it. You get, like, some really good world building for the bracers, and Annalise is amazing. Everyone loves Annalise. I'm really glad. Like, I would rather it be there than not be there, as it currently stands. The problem with it is that it kind of, like... the whole plot of the game kind of stops for it for a little bit, which is nice because you do get some world building, but it is a little bit of a thing. And additionally, it has some of the most tedious gameplay in the game. In general, a lot of enemies are tanky for no reason. It's back to the you have two characters problem, which you would think they would just make the enemies less, you know, damage spongy to compensate, but no. If anything, it's the opposite from the rest of the game. It is brutal. Yeah. In general, though, I mean, I would not call the story part of it bad, but yeah, the local part, that's probably one of my least favorite parts of SC as well. I'm gonna rank it... Yeah, I think that seems fair. Because I think the prologue, writing-wise, is absolutely stronger in first chapter's prologue. But then there's some really good moments with, like, SC's prologue that would, like, elevate it maybe more, but then it has, like, lower lows. So I think it balances out for me to being probably about as good as first chapter's prologue. But at that point, you're probably kind of locked in, so you're probably going to survive it fine. So, okay, so chapter 1, though. Pretty good. Pretty good. I like the blue block mystery. So big thing, obviously, with a lot of second chapters that they move very quickly. They probably have a lot less bloat than the chapters in the first game. In the sense that, like, you know, obviously the plot is a lot more focused. They're very much like, okay, here's the enforcers. We got to introduce them because they're going to all have a role in the end section of the game. So we need to kind of make sure that you're getting invested in all of them. And it also gives you kind of an update on what's happening in the world and all of that. So yeah, I really like Chapter 1. I wouldn't say it is the strongest chapter in SC, but it's pretty good. It's solid. I have a feeling, though, for me, a lot of the chapters in the first half of SC, I probably have, like, on the same tier. In the sense that, like, they kind of are serving a very similar purpose. There's, like... a few outliers, but generally speaking, it's fairly consistent, I feel. Not any crazy highs, not any crazy lows, just consistent. Well, let me look at this. Yeah, that is really weird about Annalise. You think... Yes. Well, okay, for FC? That is true. That does depend on who you talk to, though. I know for some people, like, okay, this is... it. The thing with first chapter is it's like where a lot of people, for better or worse, they're meeting what Trails is, which is excessively wordy and slow. They are introduced to both of these things back to back. But that's not really a bad thing, per se, because it's just you're gonna run into it at some point. So I guess... I'll think on that. But for the time being, second chapter, I think for me, I'll put them all in B. Like 1, 2, and 4. I'll put there. I remember chapter 3 was really good. Yeah, but chapter 1, 2, and 4 are kind of on like a similar level of quality. Like you get to meet their enforcers. There's really good mystery and intrigue in terms of how they set things up. You know, they have just some really cool character moments where you get to see the characters develop. And honestly, I think they handled the pacing better in terms of side quests in SC overall. Yes. Absolutely, the Enforcer theme is so good. It's so good. Yeah, but Chapter 3, though, in particular, I remember being really good. Because that's the one where you get introduced to the big one. You know, Ren. And, like, the way they set things up with that. And the fact that that even had, like, little throwaway comments like, oh, hey, here's, like, Crossbell. There's things in this that I'm just like, wow, you just straight up said it. And you just probably just didn't process anything later. And then, like, you come back and you're like, oh, okay. You know? They even had a scene where Olivia was talking to Chloe about, like, Drycles. That's, like, a literal line of dialogue you can do that's missable, but it's, like, a really fun thing. And it's like, what the heck? Like, that's not relevant for so long. For so goddamn long. And they had it in there. Like, we're talking several games later, which is crazy. There's a lot of really cool stuff like that. But yeah, Chapter 3, though, I think was the highlight one, I think, out of the first half. Probably alongside Chapter 5. For better or worse, I think this is the one where, like, everyone really gelled with, like, Agate and just really grew to love him, Chapter 5. And we also got to see some stuff with Louve. I would probably rank it similar. I'll put it there, although I think I prefer Chapter 3. Those are really good chapters overall. Oh yeah, no, really cute with that. Yeah, so I think for me, yeah, Chapter 3 and 5 are really good. So this is really funny precedent because I think Chapter 6 is one of the best chapters in Trails. Everything about that is so good. It's so good. Yeah, Dorman, if you are in the chat, I suggest you run because I'm about to talk about this chapter and it's really kino and you should not listen to this, okay? But, and everything from Chapter 6 onwards, narratively, is kino, okay, in general. So, this is the payoff half of the game, basically. Okay, so anyway, Chapter 6, the whole Glorious stretch is so good. So good. Everyone knows it's iconic. Everyone loves it. I don't think I have to go too much into it, but like the Hamill stuff, seeing, you know, the big payoff, as it were, it's really nice. I can't gush enough. The part that I might be a little bit more iffy on is like the lead up to it when they're like going into the base. Yeah, see ya, Dorman. Thank you for coming in. He's been playing SC very slowly. But yeah, in terms of like the whole stuff that happens with Chapter 6, I don't know. This is so much. I'm gonna collect my thoughts for a moment. I've been talking fast. I really like the, in general, payoff. I'm running in circles. I don't know. So they did it again in a later game. What do you mean? It's okay. That actually does have its own identity, but it is really funny. It is really funny. I will mention that was a 10th anniversary game, so I partially speculate they were feeling cute. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Just as a nice throwback. but it does have its own identity. Okay, I'll talk about that in my video. Okay, but yeah, the setup for it, not my favorite thing in the world. Okay. But yeah, I think the base part where they're going into the Ouroboros space is maybe my least favorite part of chapter 6. It's not even that it's bad, it's just kind of like, I guess the part where you're fighting Annalise's like friends, like Kurt and them and stuff in there. Well, Kurt actually wasn't. I think he was fine. It was the others. But yeah, when you're like fighting them and stuff, it's like, eh. Yes, it is a really good song. That is a really good song, actually. Oh, and also, I just want to talk about Weissman for a moment. Weissman is so freaking evil in general. The way that he captured Estelle and everything. Oh my god. So good. But okay. Chapter 7. Okay, so this one was really good. I mean, it was a very to-the-point chapter. I know some people would probably rank it here because not much actually happens. But, I don't know. I loved the boss gauntlet against the 4 Ouroboros guys. And, in hindsight, like, seeing that the towers transformed into, like, weird pocket dimension spaces was, like, really funny. I wouldn't necessarily call it foreshadowing because they may not have planned for it. But, like, it does make sense in universe when you play the game immediately afterwards. So, that's really cool. Okay. Chapter 8, I feel, encapsulates everything I love and dislike about Sky in a single chapter. Sky's commitment to immersion to a fault. However, it does have really good payoffs. So chapter 8, I love, like, on paper, this is a chapter where you get to fully explore everywhere, which you couldn't do in the first one. And, you know, it could probably wrap up getting chests and do all this stuff where you can go and, you know, revisit places and then see how characters are reacting to the events and stuff before, you know, you go into the final stretches. Awesome idea. Really good. The ability to, just the way that, like, the narrative is set up with, like, the whole devices and stuff is, like, also really tense, and you kind of have to play creatively because you are dealing with, like, the restrictions on, like, your combat stuff. Fun fact, the orbital shutdown gameplay mechanic is actually not my problem with this chapter. Yeah, the arts thing is actually not my least favorite part. It's the fact that there's 0 fast travel during this entire thing. I cannot stress enough, when I played it for my review, I missed a book of Gambler Jack, and I had to backtrack from Grand Cell all the way back to Bose to talk to an old lady to get the book, because I did not talk to her the first time, which meant with Turbo, that sucker took me 2 hours to get back there, because I had to go through friggin' Zeiss, through Ruan, up through the canyon thing back into Bose, back through that exact same stretch to get back to Grand Cell. It was not fun. If I did not have Turbo, that would have been miserable. That is, like, the worst thing about Chapter 8 for me. But, yes, because, like, I had to backtrack that far, yes. So it's 2 hours for both ways there, yeah. At least I'm pretty sure. It's been a little bit, but I'm pretty sure it was 2 hours. Yeah. So overall, I feel I'm gonna put this here. I'm gonna put it there for the time being. Really great highs, really low lows. Okay, so, alright. Anyway, finale. This is one of the best chapters in the series. Full stop. I don't think I need to explain why. The ending of the game is just, it's perfection. It's so good. It's so good. Well, it has one drawback. One singular drawback, and it kind of circles back around to the Chapter 8 thing, which is, if you want to bring the relevant characters to every boss fight, you're gonna have to walk back to the ship to swap them in, and then walk all the way back. Yeah. So, okay. That said, I don't think it's gonna drag it down too much. Because it's an older game. I'm gonna give it points because it's older. But yeah. It's good. It's good. So okay. Alright, so I vote we take a break for a second, because we've talked about 2 Trails games now. Yeah, is there any of these you guys would contest? I know, like, Kevin brought up... Not Kevin. I called you Kevin. Cyrus, no! I keep doing this. You are Kevin. Even though, I see that, you know, Griffin also classifies. It's both of you. You guys have amalgamated together. This is really good. I just don't like that you're stuck with Estelle Joshua the whole time, like gameplay wise. But this has a lot of that same problem. Yeah, I'll put it up. Sure. 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 Okay. Well, cool. Well, I guess with all of that said, let's go to... Oh yeah, no, the Oriole looks really freaking cool. In general, yeah. I got like Chrono Trigger vibes from the music actually when I was doing that for the first time. So... Okay. Well, I guess I'll move on. Again, YouTube delay, right? Okay. So we have Sky the Third. Well, alright. Actually, I think this will be really fun to do. Every time I finish one of these games, I should update it here. Alright, let's back this up for a second. Alright, so first chapter. It's gonna be the really funny thing, given everything I posted, right? I can confidently say this. By the way, I put this tier here just to clarify one thing. In my honest opinion, there are no bad Trails games, okay? Some people like to talk about some games being bad. No, there's not a single bad one. Some maybe teeter towards mid at, like, worst. But, like, I just love all these games, personally. So, alright, let's, really quickly, I don't know why there's Japanese ones here, combined with the English ones, but sure. Anyway, I've never played Daybreak or its sequel. We're gonna have that as a baseline. I've never played that. That said, yeah, I can confidently say this personally. First chapter is my least favorite Trails game. I'll talk about the gameplay stuff right now. I mentioned a lot of that in my video, but like, this one is a slog to revisit. When you are a gameplay junkie like me for this series, this one's rough. This one's real rough. In general, when you're stuck with Estelle and Joshua for large chunks of the game, and the game is balanced for a full party, it is a thing. And in general, like, this is a through line for both first chapter and second chapter, but they're so magic centric on higher difficulties that it's kind of sad because I love the craft system, but like you don't want to engage with it on higher difficulties. Like normal, it's comfy, but like if you play it on hard, God help you play on nightmare, not a fun time. So yeah, first chapter is my least favorite. The story though is, again, probably, if I rated it purely on story, it probably would be up here for the most part, but it's here. That's where I put it, because the gameplay matters a lot to me, and also it has like a less exciting story. It's good, but like not. I love me some hype. Okay. So there we go. SC. Okay. For the longest time I had this here, it has dropped. For the same reasons I had issues with the first one. It's way better in this game than first chapter. It is a huge improvement in terms of balancing and the ability to customize your party members. It's a little tedious. You have to go back to the Bracer Guild every single time. But we'll move past that. Generally speaking, it is an improvement in the balancing department. Okay? The story is fantastic again, once again, though. Like, one of the best. I would say that it didn't blow my mind, like my revisit to the first one, narratively. But, like, I think it was a really good payoff game. Like, it was pretty much as good as I remembered. Which, honestly, is not a bad thing. Story-wise. It'd be... Dang. 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 I like Reem. But, yeah. Okay. Anyway, we'll move on now. See, this music is really fitting to how I feel after that Reen comment. God dang, guys. Reen's good. Okay, though. Let's switch to Sky Third music. All right, you guys ready for some grooves? Some grooviness? Let's go here. I think that'll be fun. Hermit's Garden. Let's go for that one. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Alright, let's go back to this. So, okay, third. The prologue of... Okay, so third, I have really interesting opinions on the way it's written. It's really good, but it also is, like, super snappy and very simple, compared to the rest of the series. But also not quite in the way that, like, Reverie, for example, is, because that's, like, a different kind of snappy. Oh, Azure Arbitrator is so good. Anyway. Yeah. Elliot the Ice... Oh, you guys are talking about the Northern War memes? Oh, man, how unfortunate the Northern War isn't on the tier list. Anyway. Yeah. I think the prologue for third is really good. It's very effective. It's to the point. It's an hour of cutscenes once you get out of the intro gameplay, for the record. Really funny in that regard, but I get why it is an hour of cutscenes. I think it's pretty good. It sets the intrigue up and all that kind of stuff. You kind of see what's going on with Kevin, and pretty intriguing. Is Crow on the character tier list? I do not have the character tier list on here because it would be a nightmare to categorize them currently, but very fun. Okay, so chapter 1 of... Okay. Chapter 1 is solid. I would probably rank it alongside the SC chapters. Yeah, the Lusitania is really cool. I like the intrigue with just the way that they set up, like, the church and, you know, Kevin and Rhea's relationship and dynamic. The I actually, okay, comedically speaking, I really do like Tita's mom. She is really funny to me, especially her Japanese voice actress via the Evo mods. Her Japanese seiyuu is hilarious. Actually hilarious. I love her. I don't love everything about her, but I really think she's funny. And that's like the main thing with her, so... But I know that's gonna be like subjective. That'll depend on the person. Allegedly. I'm gonna say those are a lot of like vague NPCs, so it's probably hard to know for sure. But I know there is some evidence to point towards that. Hey, that's really cool. It's probably like retconny, but hey, makes sense. Yeah. Okay. So, chapter 1 is you kind of get introduced to the corridors or like I say corridors. You get used to Phantasma, kind of how it works. It's a good tutorial section. That's a big thing with third is super gameplay centric to the point that it's like I have to almost talk about it in a different way from the rest. By the way, this song is so good. Ryo Takashita is such a good composer, man. Unfortunately, he didn't work on more Trails games. Or that many more Trails games. Yeah. So, with, third... No, that's chapter 2. I'm gonna talk about that one in a second. But yeah, chapter 1, that's the one where you're just going through the Jade Corridor, the first, like, nebulous space section. Third has a pretty rigid structure of, here's a spacey corridor level, here is sections of the game from SC and FC, and then you have another space corridor section, and then sections of the game recreated. It's literally just a 1-2 back and forth. So, the odd-numbered ones are the ones where you're in spacey land. Anyway, yeah, chapter 1, that's pretty solid. You get introduced to the first door in that, which I can talk about in this tier list. But, yeah. That was, pretty good. So, yes. Okay, chapter 2. I don't like this chapter. Okay, so I should clarify something. My least favorite thing about third is probably chapter 2. It is a chapter where you have the characters, like, they arrive in Grand Cell and they're like, oh my god, what's going on? Grand Cell looks normal, but why is it covered in monsters and stuff? And me, I already know, like, alright, we're still in the pocket dimension. And it takes the whole chapter for them to figure out they were still in the pocket dimension, but it's framed like an actual mystery, and I'm checked out. Hardcore. Not to mention, the entire chapter has this really vague, nebulous, like, music that is just really droning during that section, and I'm just... I remember the first time around I was bored out of my mind, and the second time around it was worse, because I was absolutely checked out. So, yeah, I don't like this chapter at all. And also the game design is not great either. Grand Cell was not made to be a dungeon, so, like, it is a lot easier to get turned around, and it's not in a good way. So, yeah. Okay. Chapter 3. Okay, that one. That one was the 2 roads you can go through. This is another gameplay one. Yeah, you can have the 2 roads and you can take the different party members. That's cute. The main plot beats in this game are like the Kevin flashbacks, which are really good. That's just most of what you get in this game. Yes, absolutely. Yes. I'm gonna say, like, chapter 3 is, oh god, see now I have to, if I rank it story wise, it is the most whatever chapter. If I rank it gameplay wise though, it's fun, really fun chapter. I don't have anything to say about chapter 3. It existed. Chapter 4. Okay. Kind of inheriting some of the same problems, but that one's a lot better gameplay-wise than Chapter 2. But it's like, okay, so we arrived in... It's like Lalacal, but each of, like, the facilities got turned into a mini-dungeon. And then, at the very end is when Kevin activates a stigma or whatever. And obviously you find the characters. That's, like, the highlight is you find the characters, but they don't really have, like, anything narratively to do. It's just, like, you unlocked a playable character. Like, third is so gameplay-centric, which is... I don't mind that. I'm just talking story. I think that one goes... I don't know. I'm gonna put it... I'm gonna put it here. The thing is, a lot of thirds doors, if we had to talk them narratively, or not doors, thirds chapters, if I had to talk them narratively, I'm probably gonna land like here-ish until we get to chapter 6. That's where we get to like the good stuff. Chapter 5, I think I might elevate that slightly because that's when like Ren gets introduced, and that brings up a fun dynamic. And you get to see, like, some more Fallout stuff between Kevin and Rias. Yeah. And a lot of that's here in Chapter 5 and onwards. So yeah, that one's actually pretty good. Chapter 6. Okay. This is really Kino. Like, I like how... we get, like, little moments for all these other characters where, like, you have, you know, for example, Shara can have, like, a moment with, the other Ouroboros members, specifically Luciola, I should say. You know, she gets to have a thing and, like, oh my gosh, are you actually alive out there? It's like, oh, I don't know. It's like, she definitely is. And I do really like the Louve moment at the very end, and which is, like, really good. It's a good chapter. Pretty good. This one of my favorite chapters in Trails. Actually, I might even put it here. Chapter 7 of 3rd. Good. Like, all that just built up to that sucker. When, like, Kevin's just stuck in Gehenna, and, like, he has to bounce his way back up, and you're just down in the trenches of, like, how he's coping with it. Well, no, that's the second half of it. But, like, the whole part where he's, like, dealing with, like, having to explain his backstory in detail, what happened with him, where you just go deep into his character exploration, and you get the stuff like Weissman and all that stuff. It's so good. So good. It's so good. So good. And honestly, I'd rank the finale pretty equally. The ending of 3rd is really good. Really good. It's like, gameplay-wise, it's great. You get to use everyone. But, I don't know, the final confrontation is satisfying. It's like an extension of 7, but it's really good. And then the ending cutscene is like... I cried so much, man. It was so good. I'm gonna need to get water. Yeah, so... I don't know, that's the really funny thing, is like, a lot of 3rd is just like, well, we're building up to right here. And it's great. Yeah. Absolutely. Like, again, I teared up so bad. It was so good. Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and take a detour. We're gonna talk doors. Because this is where the real meat of 3rd lies. This is where all that writing effort went. Everything in between, a lot of the best moments are going to be here. And a lot of them I don't remember very well because it's been a bit... The thing is, I remember with 3rd is that it was kind of a scattershot of quality. Some of them were really good. Some of them were okay. Some of them I despised. Okay, I'll go ahead and knock out the one I really don't like. Yeah. See, that's Kevin, right? I did it again! Cyrus. That's Cyrus right there. That's literally Kevin too if you die in that game, you know. Yeah, okay, where's the one that I really don't like? Okay, this one was boring as crap. Yeah. The one where you basically are just given a textbook about, like, the Epstein Foundation. Like, it's vaguely interesting, but it's presented in the most I am reading an actual textbook way possible. And it is just, oh god. I do think it has, like, it's, like, neat. I think you could infer most of this from the rest of the games, though. I don't think you're presented with anything super important with that. It's just kind of boring. That said, yeah, where is it? Okay, the funny one. Yeah, okay. Narratively, this one's pretty good. Gameplay-wise, oh god. The Kapua Sky Pirate one, the minigame, is so bad. But the plot's okay. I'll put it here because the minigame really drags it down, but I have to remember, like, the first plot bit, like, the setup is pretty good. And you find out how, the funny man ended up in Grand Cell, you know, so that's pretty good. Okay, the Chloe one is really good. Like, her confessing to Joshua, getting that subplot out of the way. That was nice. It was also cute seeing everyone talking to each other. Oh, it controlled like booty to me. At least on controller. I don't know if you played on keyboard and mouse, but, yeah. Salt Pail 1 is freaking Kino, though. That one's really good, yeah. Okay, obviously, I have to give this one an S, but we all are emotionally scarred for the rest of our lives. Thank you, Falcom. And I want the best for Ren. God. Single darkest moment in Trails history. Oh, yeah. That is really funny. Oh, is that why she doesn't wear them in the sequels? That's so funny. I forgot about that. Okay. So the Lecter one, I hated it the first time. The second time around, it was a lot better. I really like the character stuff a lot in it. But yeah, running around looking for Lecter is not fun gameplay, but I give it a pass now. But if I was doing this, like, when I first played the game, it probably would have been here. Yeah. Yeah. I think I've made this clear in a lot of my videos. This one is one of my favorites. The Olivier Osborne confrontation is so good. And it's the introduction of basically what became the theme, or like one of the most common leitmotifs in Cold Steel. I really like Final Choice. It's a really good song, and I really like that it was introduced there. Unless you did not do any of the doors and got to the end of the game first, but, you know. Neither here nor there. Well, you do you. Okay. If we ignore certain aspects of it, I think the Tita agate doors are fun. They're fun. They're fun. I'll put them in B. Okay, they're fun. Again, I think, Erica is very funny, and you know, if we ignore certain things, there's cute things that happen, and you get Tita's upgraded mech thing, which is hilariously one of the best characters in the game, which is really funny. So yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so the Blue Blanc one, I liked it. I think that one's kind of middle of the road in terms of the lore doors, as it were, but I think it's fun. We'll put it here. Oh gosh, the Joshua Estelle thing is really cute. This store in general is super cute. I'm even like debating putting it A tier because it's nice. It's nice to get that expanded on. This store is the most like what the frick? Just Dragon Tales. Almost time for Dragon Tales. Come along, take my hand. Let's all go to C tier land. I don't know. It's cute, but it's a very strange door. It doesn't contribute too much. It feels like a filler episode. A decent one, I should clarify. What, it feels like a filler episode? I know there's like lore implications, but until they do anything with it, I'm just gonna have it there and leave it at that. I think it made sense for their characters, for me, but yeah. Okay, the richer one is pretty dang good, by the way. I think, if I put it here as well, I'll put a B tier. Okay, this is, okay, the Ina door is really good. That's one of the best ones. The one with Shara and her backstory. I love that one. Okay, let's get out of the Nebulous Void music, by the way. We're in the Chapter 2 music that I was ranting about. Okay. I love this song, by the way. This song sounds like something from Chrono Cross to me. Really underrated game, by the way. Alright, so, yeah, the Pattern Matter door, okay. I'd put it in the same tier as the Blue Blanc one, but I do like it. You get some good, elaboration on Ren and stuff. That's nice. This one, okay. So the attack on the Erebonian Bracer Guilds. So this one is really fascinating because, like, they do kind of elaborate on, you know, some things in Sky. When you go back to Sky, actually, this one is a lot of fun because you kind of are able to piece together. And also, if you read the Louve manga, if you have, like, those components and you go back to Sky, it's kind of like you get a better picture of what's going on behind the scenes during first chapter. It's pretty neat because, it's kind of funny that Cassius, when he got the letter, he kind of suspected something was up. So, because this was actually the sequence of events. I'm going to talk about Sky, because the manga makes this really clear, the Louve one. But, like, Cassius kind of knew something was up when he got that letter. So, as a failsafe, he gave Kurt the orders to take the Black Orbment, so he stole it and outsmarted Weissman for a second. But Weissman figured, nah. You guys are good at what you'll do. We'll get it back in our hands. I'm not too flustered over it. But, like, they did briefly get it out of his hands because of Cassius. And, if anything, maybe it could have stalled for time by them doing that. Who the heck knows? I have no idea. But regardless, yeah, and then you have Cassius showing up at the end. But, like, it kind of really does frame first chapter and second chapter as, like, a big, like, 5D chessboard between Weissman and Cassius. It's pretty nice. Regardless, though, yeah, this also establishes, like, the Jester Jaeger Corps in more detail, which they get, some extra stuff in, what was it, They actually did something more with them in Ring of Judgment, which was kind of neat. Not anything crazy, but they did something, so that was nice. I'll put that in... yeah, we'll put it here. Most of the lore doors are probably going here, but I like that one a bit. Yeah. So let's go to this. All right. This one is fine. I do like that we get some development for Julia. It's a very simple door, to the point. It's not as good as these ones, though. So it's probably top of C tier. And this one, I would put above it. The Kilika one is nice. It's a good piece of development. I forgot about Skykurt. What do you mean? Yeah, no, my art's become hard as steel or whatever. I think that's what he says. Oh, the Annalise one is actually pretty nice. I'll put that one here. You get a 6 sword out of it. Okay, you want to know my least favorite plot door? Is the Ravens. I despise this one. So much. So much. It's mostly that freaking dungeon. It's not fun on higher difficulties. I played through on hard mode, by the way, so, you know, that was great. Yeah, on higher difficulties, you basically have to grind to beat Agate at the end. And, you know, that's not fun. Okay, the fishing door is such... Where's the song? Anyway, that's all. We're going back. Alright. It's cute. Makes me mad. I like the fishing. Not that door. Okay. Let's see. This one's also fine. Okay. Here's the funny thing. Maybell and, it's been a bit since I played Sky. Well, decent-ish. I'm forgetting her name. But yeah, Maybell and Maid Girl. I'm struggling to remember her name. Yeah, that's a cute door. I don't have much more to say about it. Lila. Thank you. Lila. Maybell and Lila. It's a cute door. I'm not super invested in their characters personally. She's a good character though, Lila. But it's nice to see a little bit more with them. I kind of felt like the side quest in SC was enough for me with them, but it's cute. Again, some of these really do teeter on just shonen filler episodes. Alright, this is one of my favorite doors, the Colosseum. I love it so much. It's so fun. You know, that's fair. The Gambler Jack one is like, it's whatever. I mean, it's just blackjack. But I like the getting to see the characters from the book after I finally read it, so that was kind of cute. I actually like Wanna Be a Millionaire. It's fun. I'll put it here, I guess. There we go, make it nice and even, and it's really funny. The reveal in this, I think a lot of people are like, oh my god, they kept the Oriole. Oh my god. And then it's funny, I think I was like that too. And then I replayed SC, and they actually made it very aggressively clear that happened at the end. in my opinion, but it kind of got overshadowed. Um, so, I mean, it's a good, like, setup door. I think my favorite thing about it, okay, that door is at its best if you play it on with the Evo voice acting, because, fun fact, a lot of the voice actors in that cutscene for the different Anguis or whatever are consistent. If you, which could be better or worse. If you're revisiting, it's a really nice touch. And also if you played subbed, because that won't matter if you played dubbed for the later games, but, you know. I'll put it here. I don't think it is the most impactful. It's just kind of sequel setup-y. Okay, here's the thing about the tournament thing. That's just a gameplay one. It has literally no plot. Has literally no plot. And also, I didn't say it feeling like filler is necessarily a bad thing. There's good filler out there. Everyone loves the car episode from Dragon Ball Z or whatever. And I like a lot of these. Like, the dragon one here is cute. Okay, I'd rank this one higher than that. But, yeah. I guess I could put these next to each other. But yeah, I love this one. But, okay. Anyway, before we move on to, my favorites, I need to get some water. I've been talking for a bit. Talks amongst yourselves for a little. And I'll put on, like, peak while you guys are doing that, so, where is it? The final boss theme. Oh, wait, let's, rank. We'll put on this one, actually, first. Love this song. We'll rank third. Okay, so third is really good. It's not my personal favorite by any stretch. I will put it here. It has the best gameplay by far of the 3 Sky games. The problem is the story is good, but about as simplistic as they could make it until that last act. Like, it doesn't really get that much of a payoff until later. The doors are really good, but they are a scattershot of quality, as I've gone over. And so, as a result, I got probably more enjoyment out of SC by quite a bit. But I will say that third, if I just wanted to play a Sky game, just to play the gameplay, this is the one I would go to. Absolutely. This one's one of the best, maybe even one of the best Trails games. If you really like the art balance of the Sky games, yeah, you can't go wrong with playing this one. It's really fun. And in general, the ending is so good. For as much as I think the middle part is the story-wise, the ending is worth it. Full tilt, full stop, really good. So, but yeah, I'll let this keep playing for a second, and I will be right back, guys. So give me a sec. Oh, water. Ugh. I should have cropped that better in that TV screen. There. Well, the music stopped. Wait, why did it stop? I thought oh, okay. Spoiler again. If we even get there. Bro. Or sis, I don't know. Griffin, I relate. Yeah, no, heat's bad here too. Speaking of which, I apologize, guys. The AC needs to go on. But I got some water now, so we can continue this thing. Oh, God. I appreciate the McBurn joke, by the way. Anyway, we're here for one of my favorites. Spoiler, I guess. But yeah, Trails from Zero is so good. I know a lot of people are really mixed on this one, apparently. Well, okay. This may be seen as a positive or a negative depending on who you talk to, but I will admit one thing about Trails from Zero. It doesn't have the highs of a lot of Trails games, but it definitely doesn't have a lot of the lows either. It is the most consistent one, quality-wise. So good. Yeah, prologue, really freaking good. One of the best prologues in the series. It's not super exciting or anything, but it serves a lot of the same purpose as Sky's prologue, but it doesn't have the gameplay issue. The setting, for me at least, is a lot more interesting. It has mystery and intrigue going on during it, and in general, you also are introduced to some of the game loop, and, yeah, I don't know. I think it's pretty solid. I'll at least put it here. But I would say it is... No, it's better than that. What am I saying? Yeah, I'll put it here. Yeah, I really like the prologue. I'm gonna have a lot of crossbell bias, okay? I cannot state this enough. It is my favorite arc. Okay. I love crossbell to death. The balloon guy, so true. I also love Apple's artwork for that NPC. Very nice. Okay. Let's put Chapter 1. Again, really solid. Okay, if I had to be accurate here for a moment, I think a lot of chapters in Zero are probably on the same level as each other. Well, okay, oh god, now I'm comparing... Well, now I'm thinking about this. Because this is now being compared with, SC Chapter 2 and... Or, the first chapter is Chapter 2 and its finale. I'm gonna have to move some things. Okay, we obviously have a bottom baseline currently. We'll continue to roll with that, okay? Only because we have a new baseline, right? For me, at least. Okay, I may end up calling this the Zero tier. But that's kind of how I'm gonna end up feeling, I feel. Okay, Chapter 1 is really good. Once again. That one introduces you to, you know, the funny bracer duo, if you catch my drift. That one basically... That's definitely a fair choice. Yeah, you get introduced to the bracer duo and the wolves. You also get a little bit more development with the Mafia guys, and it's just a really solid chapter. And I believe that the funny purple girl makes an appearance very briefly at the very end of that, so good build-up. Chapter 2. This is one of my favorite Trails chapters, once again. Alright, like, this one is, like, literally, honestly, I like it better than SC's first chapter's Chapter 2 by quite a lot. I'm debating whether to even put it here. Chapter 2 in this is so good. The one with the Arc and CL plotline, where, like, you get the reveal with Yin and, like, all that whole plotline is, like, so good. So many iconic moments. The entire Golden Sun Silver Moon play is, like, one of my favorite sequences in the series. I love that entire bit at the end of Chapter 2. Okay. Like, I can have crossbow bias. I might even put it here. I love Chapter 2 of Zero so much. It's so good. And again, I like the mystery aspect of the games a lot too. But yeah. That's good. Chapter 3. Okay, that's the one you were talking about. Okay, so Chapter 3 is a lot. I think it's mostly in a good way, but it's a really long chapter. That one kind of starts really bringing the purple girl plotline into the focus, and that is really, really good. And obviously you have the auction sequence at the end. The only thing is, again, the chapter is really long. Really long. But I don't know, a lot of these chapters are really long-winded, so I don't think it's really that big of a problem. I'll put it Chapter 3. So, at least comparatively, lengthy chapters, that's the series. Okay. So, now we have Chapter 4. Okay. Alright, this was the one I had to stop and think for a moment to remind myself what happened in this one. Okay, this one was probably the most nothing chapter. I don't even mean that in a bad way, but like, this one was like the build up to the finale. They kind of bleed into each other, kind of. Because this one is the one where they kind of start developing the cult plotline, or like start setting it up quite a bit more. Well, there was a... Oh, they didn't include the little, Zero intermission thing. I mean, I guess I'll count that with it. Yeah, that was really cute with Kia. I like that a lot. I'll put it... here, I think. Yeah. Yeah, good talking to you, dude. Also, this has gone on longer than I thought it would, but I probably shouldn't be surprised. I'm literally talking the chapters in detail. Well, hey, I'm getting to talk my general thoughts on the story in more detail with you all this time, so that's nice. Anyway, have a good one, Cyrus. Okay. Zero's finale is friggin' Kino. Is it as good as the... Yeah, I'll put it there. The payoff's so good. I'm gonna have so many finales right here. I think I'm predicting that. Do you guys think that's gonna be the thing? Is that how it is for most of you guys? Most of these games stick their landings. Like with like a 10. Like... Okay. I suppose we could also move things up to the SS, but I don't know. I want to save that for particularly hype things. If anything, these might get moved down. Okay. Cool. now we're into my favorite game. My favorite RPG. Trails to Azure. This is the best prologue. It's really exciting. Gets you into it. Gets you right back into the mood. You get like a really fun moment with Colt. A certain character appears that I had no idea was in the game. Yes. There is so much I like about it, and it's pretty simple and to the point and fast and exciting. It's good. I'm putting it at least there. Or maybe here. We'll put it at least here. It's definitely the best prologue. It's like no contest. And maybe I would actually put this prologue here. Maybe this one goes here. It's good. Chapter 1. Okay. That one was really good. You got some build up with the Red Constellation, setting them up as villains. You had the introduction of like a few other characters, but yeah, the Red Constellation was the big focus for Chapter 1. Setting up Randy's plotline, and in general, just kind of getting the whole group back up to speed a little bit. I like that quite a bit. So, yeah, another freaking strong chapter. I would put this here. We'll put it here. Fair enough. I'm excited for that. Chapter 2 is one of the best chapters, but it's also mega long. I will say this, if you're worrying about side quests and stuff like that, this one can be a little bit nightmarish if you're, like, having to replay the game several times like I was doing and trying to do them and missing things. I think, at the same time, though, oh my gosh, the entire Orcus Tower sequence, and also, like, the pom-pom party minigame in the sewer, if you know what I'm talking about, and the introduction of previous characters in the middle of the conference, and getting to see development with that, and also, especially after you play Cold Steel, it has, like, an extra layer of context to it, especially with, like, the added portraits they have in the newer releases, so you can kind of see, a certain guy with a peach fuzz showing up. That was cool. Yeah, this is one of the best Trails chapters, honestly. I might even put it here. It's really good. It's really good. Okay, intermission. Look. Alright. This is gonna be the funny one. Sometimes we all need a little bit of degeneracy, you know? No, jokes aside, I think this is a cute episode. It's a beach episode for half of it, and then it's an amusement park, but lots of really fun minigames, lots of good ways to build link points with your characters. This is kind of the gameplay one more than story, but it does manage to have some really cool build-up, and it sets up a twist towards the end involving Reen and crew. Or not Reen. I feel terrible for making that. I mean, I like Reen. But anyway, with Lloyd and crew, he has like a nightmare, and it's like, oh. So, yeah. I think it's fine. We'll put it here. Chapter 3. Okay. So this one was... See, Chapter 4 is the fun one. Okay, this is the one where the Red Constellation, like, starts getting real sus, and everyone's trying to figure out what's going on with that. And they're, like, also investigating into, like, other things that are happening. This one's a little more... I mainly remember the end of the chapter. The middle parts, not as much. But I think it is a lot of build up. The end of it is really good, though. I'll put this here. Because this one's going here. Chapter 4 of Azure might be one of the most important chapters in the series. Heck, it may even belong here. Very strong argument for that. It might belong there. It very well could. The opening act with the attack on Crossbell shocked the heck out of me. And also, as someone who has gone through a traumatic moment in the past, the aftermath was handled really well, in my opinion. And in general, well, I shouldn't say traumatic. More. It's weird when you say that about yourself. Anyway, it's. I guess I could just get real for a second. Have you guys ever heard about like the 2017 California fires and stuff? I was there for that. Wasn't pretty. So seeing like food drives and stuff being represented in the game after the fact and stuff like that, it's like, okay, that was kind of hit a place for me when I played Azure. However, I will certainly say this: the twist at the start and the twist at the end. Amazing. The entire sequence with the fortress was insane, and like the Aeons, oh my god, it's like a shattering moment that just rippled into the rest of the series after it, and it's insane. I love Chapter 4 of Azure so much. Fragments is also really freaking good. I'm gonna put it here. It is a lot of exposition, but it's cool as frick exposition. And it does, like, elaborate and explain some things so that you're ready for the final chapter. And the prison break sequence is, like, so good. So good. So good. And, of course, I'm putting this here. A lot freaking happens. But this finale is so good that it kind of became a template for a later game that I may or may not be talking about soon. So there we go. I'm gonna put the finale for Azure there. So I don't know if you guys would agree with all of that, but like, look, I've made it very abundantly clear. All right, this is my favorite one. The gameplay's so good. The story's so good. It's just peak fiction. That's just all there really is to it, you know? Peak fiction. Alright. Anyway, is everyone still alive? We've been at this for a bit. Yeah, we definitely could change this up if we need to. But I definitely will say, for the first half of the series, this is a really solid selection. Like I think... Oh, I didn't! Oh, you're right. Thank you. Okay, for the record, that goes here. I got right into Azure. Zero is one of my favorites. Hands down. It is very solid. I can't really think of too much wrong with it. I think it's just a really freaking good game. I guess, like, its biggest thing is that sometimes it isn't as explosive, and maybe for some people it might be too standalone. I do not view that as a problem. At all. At all. And also the payoffs with, like, the funny purple girl. There's just aces. It's so good. So, yeah. Let's get back into the funny now. Okay, so I had a bit of an enlightenment. If you guys haven't seen my Cold Steel 1 video, I really do recommend you guys watch it, because I provide my arguments much more strongly there. This is the game I have had the biggest heel turn on in the entire series. This was my least favorite Trails game, and on my revisit, I appreciated the frick out of it. Because it is actually infinitely smarter than people give it credit for. I won't call it the best in the series. You'll see where I rank it in a bit. But it is actually pretty dang impressive for what it's worth. So we'll talk about Cold Steel 1. So the big thing with the prologue. Okay. Ignoring the use of anime tropes, which bothers a lot of people, more than it bothers me, generally. The big thing with it is it has to introduce a lot very quickly. And so I think the way they did it was actually really smart. You have a cast of 10 characters, very smart and efficient. You have a cast of 10 characters. They want you to endear you to them, but also set up that they're going to be developing them throughout the rest of the game. So in the prologue, they're like, okay, well, first we need to establish like the classes to a degree. So you have like you have to establish the classism conflict with the nobles and commoners. You have to establish the school setting, obviously, and it's like, okay, everyone wears different uniforms, and so Rain ends up like with the rest of the red suit people. And they have to go into the schoolhouse, and it's like, all right, here's 10 characters. We're going to like have them split up so we can give each of them a moment progressively over the course of this dungeon, so you can see what their weapons are, what their personalities are like, and also establish things like Eustace and Machias fighting with each other, and establishing that they're nobles and commoners, and therefore setting up that conflict using those characters. And you have like characters like Fee, that if you're observant, you notice like, okay, she's like super agile. That's interesting. I wonder what that's about. And you'll get that payoff later. And also, obviously, there's like little missable scenes, but you can see like Gaius in the church kind of just like doing his praying, which shows you he's religious. I think you know where I'm going with that one. You have like things like other characters in general. Obviously, Sarah, you get a gist of their personalities as well in rapid fire succession as well. It's a lot, but I think they actually do it pretty well considering how quickly they do it. So it is not Azure prologue tier at all, but it might be 0 prologue tier. Yeah, and I love development like that. It's so good. So yeah, I would rank it alongside the 0 prologue. I would say the 0 prologue is like an easier sell, but I think the Cold Steel one is very impressive. So okay. Then we have Chapter 1. Okay, so the thing is with Cold Steel 1 is that it knows it has 10 characters, so it is structuring itself in a very utilitarian fashion to develop them. So Chapter 1 obviously has, and a lot of them do have like little setups for Rain specifically. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 are notable ones. My throat is dying. But yeah, in Chapter 1 in particular, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head who's like the main ones they developed there, because that one was the more simple one. I will say also about Elisa, that character in particular. I said this in my video, but she may be a tsundere for like 5 minutes, but like basically right before the field study, she apologizes, and that aspect of the character is practically gone for the most part. The only times the joke shows up are like times they would do that joke with anybody, because Trails does anime humor constantly. But so really funny thing I just wanted to bring up. But yeah, when it comes to Chapter 1, I think that was a solid one for introducing like the kind of structure you'd be getting into with the chapters in general. Like, I mean, you get to go to Keldic, Most of the things I'm going to talk about are the actual field studies. The school sections blend together, and it's like the main thing that kind of drags down Cold Steel 1, in my opinion. But on a revisit, if you are not... Because on my revisit, I was like... I already knew what was going to happen, so my brain wasn't trying to get to like the good parts. So I did appreciate the slower bits more. So that makes this really weird to rank. I would put this... I'll put this here. Maybe... No, I can't remember too much with that one. Okay. Chapter 2, though, this one's really good. I might put this one here. I really like the setup with Eustace and Machias's dynamic and their infighting with each other. That gets a lot of really good development during this chapter. We also get a moment where Reen jumps in to take a hit for them, and it's an innocuous moment you don't think of much the first time around, but like they draw attention to the fact that it's like, man, Reen, you really don't have much self-preservation instinct, do you, buddy? And it's like, wow, that's a big character flaw that they make abundantly clear as the series goes along, isn't it? That was something that was kind of interesting. But yeah, I'll put that there. I'm gonna just start rapid firing a few of these, because I've been going so slow. Chapter 3. Okay, that one was the Nord one, right. I like that chapter, but I played it with Turbo. My biggest problem is that it should have had fast travel. Why did they not give it fast travel? However, that one is the Gaius chapter. You get good Gaius development. And also, fun fact, there is setup for a later twist in that. You just kind of have to be paying attention to details with that. But yeah, Gaius is really cool. And I really like the raise stakes at that point, because that's when the ILF starts to really get more of a focus. Oh, and also Chapter 2 also shows the nobles getting a little power hungry with their, like, trying to capture Machias or whatever to extort. So, that's pretty good. But yeah, Chapter 3, I'll rank it a similar level. It's pretty good. Now, Chapter 4, that one goes here. Maybe... No, it goes here. I would probably rank it here. I do not blame you. I like Nord, but I also am an Ocarina of Time fan and Hyrule Field. But okay, so Chapter 4 of Cold Steel 1 is really good. It has one thing that I know... Okay, it has one big downside, which is the Fee and Laura drama. That is... I understand it when I revisit it, because that's a case of their culture values conflicting, because you have like Laura, who's like a very honor-bound knight lady that is all about like fighting things, you know, reasonably and like versus like, I'm a Jaeger, we kill people for breakfast and we just don't play by the rules because that's how you win wars. And so you have their two values butting heads with each other. And I can understand like the audience perspective of, okay, you know, it'd be nice if like I guess the big problem is it bounced immediately after the Machias Eustace drama, which is probably why it's really awkward, but I will say it makes sense. But yeah, that's the worst part of it. The rest of it's great. Like, you get more ILF stuff. There's some really cool foreshadowing. Cedric gets a scene in it that very briefly establishes it's like, Well, you know, maybe Osborne's ideas aren't so bad. Have you read this book called Anyway, jokes aside. Yeah, that was a funny line of dialogue. And you also get things like, how do I put this with the rest of it? Okay, so this was a huge one. I'm just gonna lay this on the table. If you guys have not played all of the Cold Steel games, maybe like mute for like 5 minutes. I'll try and keep it non-spoiler free. There's a scene I mentioned way back with first chapter that there was a establishing shot for first chapter. Hold up. I know what I'm gonna do. I know what I'm going to do. You guys are gonna get a look at my footage. This will be fun. It'll be a good change up. Okay. Cold Steel 1, footage. So maybe don't mute. But... Or maybe do. I don't know. Let me find, Okay. I'm gonna move this over here. And... I just want to draw your attention to this scene. Okay. This is basically how they opened up the chapter, okay? Wait, hold on. I need to rewind. It's not far enough back. Okay. Alright, this is how they opened up the chapter. Visual storytelling is all I'll say there. Anyway, we got Cold Steel soundtrack now. So if you caught it, cool. If not, we'll move on. But yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff in Chapter 4. I like it a lot. Chapter 5. This one was the big flash forward chapter. Really good. Kind of continues that momentum, honestly. I think it's pretty great. I think there's some interesting lore implications, considering, there's a similar thing that happens to Zero. I'll leave it at that. That's neat. Okay. So, with Chapter 6, this one was also really good. Oh, also, Chapter 5 had, like, the Legram stuff, and they had introduced Milliam and Crow into the party at that point, and they're great characters, and they add a lot of life to the group. I love them so much. And yeah, then Chapter 6 is really freaking good. I like this one so much, with the whole, like, mine incident, and then you really kind of see things are ramping up. They mentioned, by the way, that, interesting how a bunch of iron is disappearing onto the black market. I wonder what could be going on with that. Me playing it the first time, I'm like, oh, they're probably building, like, tanks or whatever, right? Because, you know, like, a war is gonna break out or something, right? So yeah, really good. Goes right there. This is one of the best chapters in Trails. I go into this in my video, okay? When my Cold Steel 2 video drops, watch it. I gush like crazy about Cold Steel 1's ending. It's so good. It's peak. It's great. Okay. Actually, I should probably position these. I don't know. I'll order these later with those. But, this is absolute peak. It's... And if you've seen very specific categories of anime, it's really good. Okay. I have a video about Cold Steel 2. Watch that. I have a spoiler section. I'm just gonna place them, and you guys can figure out why. Okay? But... Now I think about it, it's on the same level, I think. I like the intro a lot. Act 1. Okay. I would technically say there are sub-chapters of this, but sure. If I had to rank the whole thing, it's really freaking good. I would put it here. Intermission. I have one big problem with it. I said this earlier. I don't love that the setup for it is really similar to the Glorious stretch. But if we ignore that, it's like about on par with the fragments for me. It's good. It's real good. This is the spiciest take I have. I also really like Act 2. I actually love Act 2. The finale, though, is once again fantastic. The divertisement is fantastic. And the epilogue? Spicy take is at least here. So I love this. Oh yeah, I need to rank them now. But yeah, I'm gonna go back to Cold Steel 1. After my replay, I like it about on the same tier as third, but I like it more than third. It has its issues. The split in the pacing is probably its biggest problem, because the school sections are really samey. But they do have a lot of good slice of life stuff if you're into that. But the plot of it is really good. Has a 10 out of 10 payoff. And in general is amazing gameplay wise. Honestly, I think I have gained a lot of an appreciation for the Cold Steel era combat that I did not have before. That has it have some of the best combat in the series. Easily. And even Cold Steel 1, which has quirks I talk about in my review, is great. So yeah, overall that's good. Let's talk about 2. I will reiterate my spicy takes. Oh, you're with me. That's great. It goes here for me. I mean this, I've actually grown. This is one of the spiciest things. I think I like Cold Steel 2 more than SC. And I think people would murder me for this. But it's how I feel. I love this game. I hope you look forward to the video. It's why I'm working so hard on it. I'm dying for you. And also for me, because I just want to gush about it. It's really good. Yeah, its main competition is 0 for me. I like Cold Steel 2 a lot. It's, yeah. So, okay. Back at this for a second. Okay, so now we're into the trenches. I'm just gonna place these with a tentative... I remember them vaguely. I did play the prologue the other day, but I'm probably gonna replay it because I'm probably gonna play Daybreak and then start my review for Cold Steel 3. So, but prologue for it is solid. I think I like the prologue for Cold Steel 1 more. But it's a solid prologue. it does introduce you to the characters. It's functionally doing the same thing. It's just not as impressive, if that makes any sense. But it does establish and sets the tone for all the series are coming together now. Please don't play this first, no matter how much NIS says so. So I like it. It's good. It's a good prologue. But yeah. And I watched my friend play through chunks of chapter 1. This is hilariously probably one of the Trails chapters I remember the least in terms of the details. I know the Shirley, well, there's a few Shirley moments, but the train one was really freaking good, and the ending of it is really freaking good. And the improved combat and stuff are really good. I would put it, just from what I remember it being really hype. Like, I like, hilariously, I think this is the worst chapter in the game. Which is not a bad thing. That's a pretty good bar. I would put it... probably bottom of B tier, I feel. Well, okay, it's compared to... Oh, Either way, it's in here. It's in B tier. Chapter 2 of Cold Steel 3 is one of my favorite Trails chapters. Full stop. No cap. It is good. Real good. The Uniscene will always live rent-free in my head. The entire build-up to it. If you are a fan of a specific Trails game, this chapter means the world to you. At least for me it did. I have to put it up here. Maybe even here. Because now it's being compared to that one. But it's super good. I would put it here. Yeah. Really fitting it's next to that one, but yeah. Chapter 3. Okay. This one, I remember not vibing with as much as 2 because 2 was so good. But it was good. It was really good. The fight at the end was super cool. Super cool. I'd put it top of there. Let's put it here. Interesting. I never was bothered by her that much, but I Chapter 4. Okay, so this one I remember being really good. Probably about on level with that chapter 3. The big fight at the end, I don't quite remember the reason that happened partway through, but I remember the stakes being pretty high and I was pretty excited with it. Maybe I'll put it like here. Anyway, it's a setup for the funny one. Oh my god, this one, okay. This was a whole big ball of what the frick. I need to revisit it. I did watch my friend react to it, but I need to get my own opinion when I revisit it myself. After I've, like, gained the full context building up to it, how I feel about it. But I think my opinions have kind of gone down a lot. Because I think a lot of the hype around this one is a little bit shock value. It's really good shock value, but it's definitely shock value. I will put it here for the time being. And we'll update it when I get there again. But yeah, it was pretty dang good. Okay, we're into the totally not controversial game. Totally not controversial in the slightest. And oh god. This one, a lot of it's a blur. It's been a bit. And a lot happens. This is like the most dense goddamn game in the freaking series. I don't know. I liked it too. Okay. I remember the prologue being pretty good. Actually, I remember prologue in Act 1 I liked a lot. It's just been a bit, like, how I feel compared to the rest of these. See, this is getting harder and harder because now it's, like, thousands of hours of game are beaming into my brain all at once right now, you know? Prologue probably goes here. Act 1. I remember it being, honestly, on par with Act 1 of Cold Steel 2, if not better. Actually, the prologue of this was. I didn't like it as much as Cold Steel 2's prologue, but I'll put it there. Fragments. I have one glaring issue with the fragments, okay? Only one, alright? This is kind of the point where I think Trails starts to get slightly more hand-wavy with its use of Septium Vein magic a little bit more. I'd have to revisit it, but I remember seeing some scenes and I'm like, how did you know this was going on right now? What is that on the ground? Is that the script? Yeah, I will say, though, this section was cool as heck. I will put it... I'll put it here, alongside the other fragments. Why not? Act 2, baby. Okay, so, I think I will agree with a lot of people, at the very least, that Act 2... I see. Act 2, I will agree with a lot of people, at the very least, that it is the worst of the acts in Cold Steel 4. However, I don't think it's bad. I do think it stripped away what I thought was cool about Act 2 of Cold Steel 2, but I guess in hindsight it was kind of doing its own thing a little bit. So, the ending of it was Kino, though. We'll put that here-ish, maybe top of A. Sure. And then Act 3 is good. That one's real good. I remember that being really good. Eventide was also really cute. I think I probably like it more than Azure's Intermission, actually. Really nice character moment with everyone before things wrap up at the end. And the finale is really good. I have one thing. I'm gonna be a little bit of a jerk for a second and say my big problem with the finale, my only problem with the finale, I wish the true final boss was actually difficult and that it played an original track and not a theme that played 5 seconds ago in the final dungeon. However, it is really cool. I can't deny it's a cool moment. Alright? I think just part of me, it's like I was, for some reason, just wanting another Azure final boss moment, because Third had a boss like that, and you know, obviously Azure did. So I was like, okay, the big finale has to be like a big, like difficult, like triumphant thing, and it just didn't happen. And I was a little disappointed. But I will say I really liked it. And also for the record, by the end of all these games, I really liked Reen as a character, and I came back to Cold Steel 1, and I saw all the seeds that showed me that he was always a good character. It's just, like with a lot of things in Cold Steel, they use a lot of anime tropes, but that's like a very surface level thing. If you go deeper than that surface and you really look at the character's motivations and the setup, and a lot of this is easier to do when you have hindsight, I will admit, but like, they are much smarter games than a lot of people give them credit for. So, anyway, with all of that said, for the time being, I think 3 and 4 are on the same tier for me. I've said this in the past, but I kind of feel 3 for me had one of my favorite plots of the Cold Steel games, but 4 had like a lot of really great payoff moments, and 4 had the better gameplay. 3 was unbalanced, but which was not a problem for me in 2, but it was for me in 3. But maybe when I revisit it, it'll be better. Regardless, though, I really like that. So, oh god, why did I commit to doing this? This was a horrible idea. All right, well, let's talk Reverie. This is infinitely more fresh in my brain. That said, I still want to replay it to collect my thoughts because, and I see they have them sectioned into the character's individual routes. Okay, so the prologue was one of the best moments in Trails. I would put it there. That prologue in Reverie is so good. Man. I cannot describe enough. I did streams of Reverie. If any of you haven't seen it, check it out. If you want to see all my reactions, they are there. It's the only Trails games I have that for. I geeked the heck out. So, I like the prologue. I said before that Azure's prologue was the start. No. This is actually the best prologue. That said, okay, let's get into it. Alright, so I will say overarching wise, from first impressions, I will agree with the common consensus that Lloyd's route is probably the worst one, but I don't know. There's some really good moments. I think Lloyd, I like that they tried to give him some more development because we've also been out of touch with them for a long time as characters. So it's kind of nice to see how they were like, okay, well, you know, you guys have been put up on a pedestal. How did you guys cope with that? And, you know, you've been freedom fighting for God knows how long. How are you dealing with that? And it's like, okay, that's really cool. I like that they fleshed that out. There's a lot of contrived things in Reverie's narrative. Again, it's an extension of that complaint I had about 4's Fragments chapter and all of that, where it's just like, sure. But yeah, and also Noel's outfit is really good. Yes. Anyway, all of that to say, Lloyd, his Act 1 is, bro. Okay, we'll put him here, I guess. Well, his Act 1, okay. So that's the one where he goes into the sewer, or the geofront, I mean, and then you get mystery and intrigue, and then the bombshell moment happens, which I could see being a very divisive moment for a lot of people, but boy, is it an effective intrigue for the rest of the plot. I'll put it here. I'll put it here. Alright, Reen Act 1 is a solid little character intro. I like how you get caught up with the group and stuff. You have little training moments. The cutscenes are so good in Reverie, in general. You know what? Actually, I might put them. Nah. I don't know. Yeah. Hold on, chapter 2 and 3. They're effectively a second prologue for them. C Act 1. He didn't even do much. I think he did like 2 fights, right? Seeing Swin and Nadia were really good. That was probably the best of those 3. I just noticed I said Azure was the best prologue, but then I had Third's prologue over here. It might be on the same tier as each other, actually. Well, let me... There we go. Okay. See, here's the big thing. My brain is just like, I don't know, what number do I want to slap on this? And then it's like, Yeah, Lloyd Act 2. Okay, so I really like this one, but, like, also, this is a prevailing problem with Lloyd's route for me. I liked Azure's final chapter. You didn't have to do Azure's final chapter again. That's all I'm saying. You haven't... This game gives us a situation where Randy has had an emotional moment in the exact same location 3 times. He did it twice in Azure and once again in this game, because Falcom's very silly like that sometimes. I guess... Okay, I will say, though, the Risha development stuff is fantastic. I like that. Risha's one of my favorite characters. I like to see how they develop her. So I will... I'd rank it higher than the Lloyd route prologue. Than the prologues, yeah. Reen Act 2. That one, him and C, I think they were both in... Heimdall, right? That was super interesting. I like the way those two interweave with each other. I liked those two a lot. They're practically the same. I would put them on the same thing. I would have just... Okay. Hot take. I feel like splitting up these acts by the characters is doing a disservice to the type of writing that Reverie's going for, because if you look at them in isolation, then some do have more problems, but they aren't in isolation. They interconnect and are written to be experienced in multiple orders, and when they aren't meant to be experienced in multiple orders, they stop you to go play the other routes. That's all I'm saying. Anyway. I'm sorry. It's okay, though. Cyrus, my brain is mush now. I just want to let you know. I've been talking exclusively for a bit. Honestly, I feel this has been less of a discussion and more like everyone gets to hear verbatim my opinions on the Trail's overarching story, right? I guess that's entertaining, right? Are you guys entertained by this? I think I felt regret halfway through this. It's okay. We've made it this far. Anyway, all I'm saying is I'm not quite sure I agree with the choice of actually splitting up the routes individually. I feel like okay, cool. Are you not entertained? I also feel especially bad, Cyrus, because yeah, Cold Steel 3 and 4 especially, I'm like, dude, it's been so long. Yeah, that one absolutely. If it comes down to it, maybe I'll come back to this tier list, look at where I place things, and just update it, and then just post it one day when I finish them all or some crap. Anyway, okay. Yeah, overall though, I really liked Reen and C's Act 2 a lot. That was a fun stretch. I love when stories have like roots and stuff like this. It's really fun and different, and it was so refreshing. I like that crud. I know some people don't, but I liked it. But okay. So for Lloyd Act 3, Reen Act 3, and C Act 3. Okay, now these can be a little bit more considered in isolation somewhat. Although I think Lloyd and C's Act 3 interweave with each other, which actually makes this inherently probably one of the more interesting ones for Lloyd. Yeah. Have you been replaying the games too, basically, Cyrus? I forgot if you were or not. But yeah, Lloyd Act 3 is really good. If I recall. Yeah, that one had the funny moment at the... Actually, Act 3 in general was a banger in Reverie. Oh my god. Actually, no, all three of them belong, like, right here. All three of them. If I'm remembering correctly, all three of them go right there. Like, you have, Lloyd has the whole factory stretch where he has to sneak in, and then he ends up fighting the friggin' the robot reveal thing, which is freaking wild, and the really cool set piece with the motorcycle is just so fun. And then you have like Reen. Oh my god, the whole. That's like, it was nice to come back to Nord. I'm so sorry, Griffin. But it's really fun to come back to Nord. I thought it was nice, and also the whole sequence at the end was freaking insanity, and I loved it. And then you have C Act 3, which I believe they went into the doll factory for that, because they had the whole back and forth with him and Lloyd, which was a really cool set piece. I love the interconnected bits. But and the whole section at the end with the oh, and Ren getting a good character moment there was so good, so good. Friggin' inject that into my veins. Jesus Christ. Well, good job though. But Jesus Christ, that's such a short period. I think I vaguely remembered someone saying something like that. I don't know if it was you, but like a while back. Okay. So now we're back into Act 4. Okay, so this one, so this is where everyone was in Crossbow. Reen's was peak again. C's was less peak, but still peak, but also kind of mind-bendy. I dug it personally. I'll put it up here. But that was definitely mind-bendy. And then you had Lloyd's, which was fine. Again, parts of it felt a little rehashy, but we had more development for the Risha Ilya thing. Estelle and Joshua finally showed up. That was sick. Okay. Well, hey, welcome. Hope you've been enjoying it. Finale. Okay. The ending to Reverie was so freaking cool. It was so freaking cool. Yeah, in general, the C moment at the end, the everything. Honestly, yeah. That's another banger final chapter. And, okay. Yes. 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 Well, I was in the finale there as well, but okay. Coda. I mean, the thing is, this is like a post-game thing to the max. Like, it has about as little plot going into it as they could get away with. It just kind of explains the Reverie corridor thing, which is arguably the least strong part of Reverie's narrative, but it doesn't feel like they wanted you to care too much about it. I'll put it here with the asterisk of that final boss. That was for me, and I cannot hate them for it. Please, more into my veins. Yes. Love that line. That's Lloyd in a nutshell, though, to be fair. But, there we go. That's it, actually. I've done it. I have survived. Okay. Now I place Reverie. So here's gonna be the really funny thing about Reverie, okay? Reverie is definitely... Wait, oh, wait, I have the daydreams. Oh god, I'm not done with Reverie. Okay. Yeah. I'm not done with Reverie. We're almost there. Okay. I love these, though. Actually, on average, I liked these more than the doors in third. This one was cool. I like seeing Risha and how she is going to move on after this. I made a joke saying that she's basically going to be Batman. I don't know how much that holds up in terms of accuracy. I know she's going to be in the future game, so that's going to be nice. And also her interaction with Swin and Nadia were a lot of fun. I thought that was a really strong start. Okay. This is the most... I mean, it's harmless, I guess. You get ingredients. Where are my royalties? Yes! Okay, so... Man. The Cedric one was really good. It was nice to see how he's going to develop. I'm really interested to see how things go with him in the future. Okay, so the Coliseum one is a lot of fun. I like that there's more story to it this time compared to the arena in third. Although I feel the gameplay of it is less cool than the one in third. I'll put it there for now. I'll probably put something in S tier in a moment. I'm just... Until I get something that I feel stronger about, but I think most of them are pretty high quality. That is true. Okay, I probably should specify... Wait, do they have the minigame ones in here? Do they not have the minigame ones? Well, no, we gotta do a different one. We gotta include them. We gotta include them. Reverie... Wait, wait, no, that was one of the minigame ones, right? Where's the mech one? That is really funny. See, this is how I feel right now, right there. Okay, well, I'll definitely say this. The Magical Girl Alyssa one, I enjoyed it more than I thought I would. It probably would be B or A. The plot of it was the most whatever thing, but the gameplay of it was fun. I liked it more than I thought I would. Obviously, the Mirror Nair thing, I liked it. The mech one was trash. Yeah. Alright, well, we'll move on. I don't know if I'm forgetting a minigame daydream or not. Oh, the beach episode. As I said earlier about the Azure intermission, sometimes you need a little bit of degeneracy in your life. No, but a few of the minigames were actually fun. I like the banana boat minigame. That was fun. I like that you unlock costumes. So, the VR thing was very funny. Okay. So, I guess now that we have that out of the way, I like that we got, like, a sequel to the Tita Agate thing. Again, that was another freaking good one. God dang. Wait, they separated them? Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna put one of them up there. Yeah. Okay, this one was dumb fun. Just Dudley and Macias. The fact that they bonded over coffee. Like, homies were just staring at each other and just were like... It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen, and I mean that in the most endearing way possible, because I wanted these two characters to interact, and it was so silly, and I'm so happy they did it, though. I love... Dudley and Dudley Jr., baby. Yeah. Okay, oh god. Here's the thing. A lot of these are so good. Like, I can't reiterate this enough. This one was a scattershot in quality, and maybe it's because I just care about the characters more in this case, but, like, I like so many of these. This one was a lot of fun. Dude, the whole, like, getting to see them reunite with their gangs, and then them having a moment, and then all of it leading up to a punchline where Noel just slams them was so fun. The... Getting to see, like, Lecter after the fact, just kind of learning, you know, how he's dealing with everything, and, you know, getting a nice little payoff for the third door was really cool. I like that a lot. Again, the upperclassmen from Cold Steel 1, it's kind of nice to have, like, a little bit of a send-off moment for them. Even if I would say that it is a collection of some of the most controversial characters for people, but, again, it was nice to have them have a moment together. I still love Crow. He's one of my favorite Trails characters ever. You have Rose, just Emma and Vita. I like this one. If paid off Emma's subplot that was unfortunately kind of not really ever able to be paid off in the main game, so that's nice. The Bright family is such a cute moment after not having them in the spotlight for so long and having Cassius there. They even gave us a Gilbert moment. Definitely a fan service one. I mean, I like them a lot, but might be one of the weaker ones there. Then, of course, there's this one, which was a lot of fun. And the way it tied in with the Tita thing was so good. I liked that a lot. Oh, this one was super cute as well. Aurelia and Walter? Was that his name? No, not Walter. Wallace. Wallace. Yeah, Aurelia and Wallace, and also getting, like, the payoff, of course, for so many characters. The professors from Cold Steel 1, but if you caught me a different day, I probably would remember. But yeah, that was great. The Millium one, I think I felt more iffy on, but it was also an Elisa one, like a stealth Elisa one as well. But that was okay. Marion Makarov, thank you. Thank you. The Kurt one was so funny. And then we ended up in, like, the Grawl of Erebos, and I got to hear the Spiral of Erebos for a second. That was really funny and caught me way off guard. Again, guys, if you want to, you can check out my streams of Trails into Reverie, where you can see all of these reactions that I had. Shara and Olivier, that one's one of my favorites. That one has to go there. That one has to go there. The Mech Mishi. Miss Schneider is one of the funniest things ever. 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 I love this one. No, that's Fire Emblem. Very good. The Ash one was nice. I mean, I guess it was kind of fun to see him, how he feels after everything has settled down, and obviously he would feel guilty considering, I guess in that sense, maybe he took after Ian in that regard, but like him feeling guilty for being one of the many catalysts for what happened, so yeah. And then we have the Triple B. I liked this one as well. Yeah, I did too. I did too, dude. I did too. Yeah. Okay. This one, when I revisit it, I wonder how I'll feel, but after realizing how much they set a lot of that up, this one is actually a really nice send-off for Osborne. It's a character that has gone through a journey with me. I need to mention with Osborne, he went from, okay, there's a villain we're building up to, alright, this guy's a big deal. Like, and like, just this guy is like the epitome of evil. To like, oh my god, this is like one of the greatest villains ever. To the swerve that at the moment kind of was like, well, okay, it wasn't really a swerve. They did kind of have hints about that in 3. And I was like, okay. So they're going to add more depth to him. I'm interested. And then, I will say Osborne is a character that has some messy execution, but overall, I love his character. I really do. But I love him for reasons I never would have expected to end up loving him for when I was playing through the series. Because I thought I would be like, this is going to be like the epitome of evil. And then by the end, I'm just like, this is one of the most tragic characters ever. And but also, he's kind of a beast. I dig it. That said, okay. So, now we have the Grandmaster one. I kind of feel about this one a little similar to how I feel about the Campanella one. There's some fun little reveals in that, but again, I'm gonna have to play the next game coming soon to kind of get some kind of opinion on that, but it's kind of cool at the end there. This one was nice. I was reading for basically 2 hours straight at the end of that stream. What's different from now? But yeah, I liked that one quite a bit. I'm gonna be honest, I just liked the Daydream. I wouldn't say this is like my definitive placements for these. It's more, I just got to gush about them for a second because I just like them. I feel there's a few of these that are definitely like higher than a lot of these. But you know, I think back on it, I don't think there's anything there like here that would be like lower than here. Like this is the ground we're at, and that's such a good thing. Aside from maybe this one, actually, I could see that one being like down here. Yeah. So anyway, back to where I was gonna place Reverie. Okay. My opinions of Reverie currently. When I replay it, I'll see how I feel about it. It's bonkers. There's some things I like, some things I dislike. It has some of the things I disliked about 4, but it somehow does it in a way that doesn't bother me as much as 4 did. It's like this really cool send-off game. It has a lot of cool character moments. And maybe some of it is because maybe, you know, I got to see all these characters together as main characters this time instead of side characters. And it was just a really good send-off, and the action was great. The cutscene direction is so good. I'm looking forward to Daybreak with that. And, yes, absolutely agree, Cyrus, about Osborne. But here's the big thing, alright? If I was ranking this just on story, this actually probably wouldn't be that high. It probably would be maybe, like, here-ish, right? Here's the big thing, right? Gameplay in this one's phenomenal. Like, the best one. And so, it goes there for me. That's, for a lot of people, like, third is, like, their favorite. That's my third, right there. I love it. I love the character roots. Even if I don't love everything it does, I like the gameplay so much. The sheer freedom, the broken things you can do, the experimentation, the corridor. The corridor is so fun, and the mini games are generally fun. There's so much you can do. There's so much gameplay. That's it. Yes. So, like, overall, that's how I feel about the Trails series. I have been talking. Overall, God, I love these games. I just do. Like, again, I will reiterate, none of these are bad. This is just kind of how I feel. I don't know how you guys would rank these. We'll never see anything like Fever's lore ever again. That was unhinged. I mean, okay, also, I should mention, one thing I don't like about Cold Steel 1, this is gonna be in my Cold Steel 2 video, that concert scene was something. I think if someone was playing it for the first time, like, as their first Trails game, it probably wouldn't actually be as bad. But, like, a bar was set, because that was, like, that game's equivalent of, like, the play scene in first chapter, or the, you know, the Arc and CL play in 0, you know? And compared to them, it's, like, but, yeah. I just love these games. These games are decent, he says. The fellow Trails tuber. Yeah. But overall, I hope you guys look forward to Cold Steel 2. I am really looking forward to sharing my thoughts on this game. But yeah, anyway, I have a feeling I will update this in the proper tier list when I actually play those games, but anyway, see, this is a really weird spot because we've gone, like, deep into spoilers, so I can't even, like, do a whole, like, oh, hey, check out the series or whatever. No, yeah. But okay. We're gonna do something a little silly now. Something a little silly. We're gonna go over here to the scene right there. Oh boy, that's a great sign. That's a great sign. Oh, we're live. Okay. Oh boy, let's turn this off. I'm gonna have to change my lip sync around real quick. Turn on alerts and webcam filters. All right. There's audio properties. Okay. Anyway, this is going to be a lot of fun. Let's go ahead and move, or minimize that window, and then I'll have this up over here. We're going to continue the rest of the celebration stream by playing Trails in the Sky, but not the version you think. Okay. Alright, we're gonna be playing the Evolution version demo for a bit. By the way, this is not fan translated. I will not understand a single word that is on screen. So I hope you guys are going to be entertained by this. Also, very funny, I don't own a Vita. I have a PS TV, which is what this is. So, you know, that's gonna be fun. Oh yeah, that's how I got my footage for my Azure video. I literally had to make a Japanese account, and that involved having to make like a separate email, and that was a whole thing. Anyway, I think we're going to play this on Nightmare or hard. Let's play it on hard. I've tried doing this on Nightmare before. There's some wacky things about this game, this version of this game specifically. So okay. Anyway, I'm going to also So, yeah, putting aside the portraits, we're just gonna play Sky with, some quality of life things, because I actually, okay, put aside whatever issues you have with the art style or whatever, I actually want them to port this version at some point, because there's some unique things about this version that, would make it a good way to change things up if you played Sky before, you know? I won't say they will all be good changes, but they will certainly be changes. Okay. So first big thing I want to bring up, the menus and everything in this are standardized to be a lot more like Crossbill. Now what do I mean by that? Well, you can do that. Yeah. So you can freely swap in and out. Also, additionally, you have the little D-pad icons. Also, from what little I played, this menu actually looks a lot better than the map, or more legible than the map that's in the PC version. So that's nice. You can even zoom in and stuff. So it'd be nice if I could even read any of it. The menus are basically Crossbill. You can even mess with that, so that's fun. I think they also added like bells and stuff. Hey, we'll talk about all that in a moment. But yeah, despite this looking graphically similar to Sky, it might be closer to call this more similar to a Twin Snakes situation, if you guys know Metal Gear. This is a very different version of the game. So, yes, actually, it's not graceful. Also, really fun fact, the Evolution versions, I didn't even realize this, but for like a bit, but I guess they actually made Evos for the Crossbell games first, and then the Sky ones were afterwards. I'm assuming because these ones would need to be a little more high effort to update them or whatever. The Crossbell ones were pretty much the same game, which means they also don't have turbo. This does not have turbo, but they did add, again, because it was after Crossbell, a thing where if you hold the cancel button, it will speed up battle animations the same way it speeds up other animations in the game, so it's not as good as turbo, but it works. But yeah. Anyway, we'll just make this bit of a cozy hangout at this point, so yeah, if you guys want to talk about anything or just comment on the game, you know, that's what you do. Nat's telling me I can look at the Bracer notebook now, so yeah. Okay. Anyway, I've had to go through this intro a few times when I was making other videos, so like, I unfortunately know how to get past this without actually knowing what I'm reading. If any of you guys thought I could actually understand any of this. Personally, the originals for this game. But, I don't know, I think if you played this long enough, you probably would get used to it. Depending on the person. We have to talk to Sheriff first. It helps that some of the text is in English, right? Oh yeah, Estelle in particular was a lot goofier looking in the original. She looks definitely a lot more moe-fied in this version, so... Yeah. Anyway, you're gonna really see the crossbell in a second. Look at that, we got the wheel menu. Also, really big change. Remember how Sky would allow you to run from any fight guaranteed? No, they really changed this up to be more like crossbell, so yeah, 50% chance right now, and then it would increase every attempt. So... that's a big thing. The reason I bring up the Twin Snakes comparison is I think this might potentially have the same problem that game did, where like, yeah, we introduced these new mechanics, but it may bring up a bunch of balancing issues. Although there's a few funny things to offset it. Okay. Also, you know I've played these games too much when I know that, okay, I'm pretty sure this is offensive, this is healing. I believe that's debuffs, and I believe that's buffs. So, anyway. Anyway, I'm holding down the cancel button basically to make it move this fast, so. Okay. Anyway, I've mostly just run through up until the tower a few times. I'll probably play longer, and then we'll see if any other wacky things show up. But yeah, crafts are introduced now, so that's fun. Oh, this is gonna be wacky. Obviously you can't read that. I want you to notice what this is going to do to one of these enemies, okay? Yeah, so that gave that guy poison. Yeah, so they rebalanced a lot of these crafts. This is a completely different game. I do not know. I know there is a translation for this. It might be a little wonky to get working, though. I haven't, like, fully looked into it. The other thing is, like, I don't know if I could be bothered to get a copy of this game. Ah, yes, here we go. S-Craft time. Alright. Let's freaking go. And that gives AT delay. I don't know if that always did that. And I believe Estelle just got Motivate. Yeah, okay. Estelle's Motivate thing gives craft points like Reens now from like Cold Steel 1 and 2. So that's really funny. Oh, heal. E. I think it's the Akatsuki artist, it looked like to me. Seems like it anyway. Anyway, I'm gonna find out if this appearing on the turn wheel... Oh, by the way, I want you guys to look... I know you can't read the text underneath. I want you to look at the selection. This is not the same as the original. You may notice something in Reverie came from this. Anyway. Oh, it's not there. Okay. Cool. I was hoping for a 0 crafts. Anyway, this is an annoying one. Hey, let's hope for Petrify. Fire. That works. Hmm. It really hurts that I can't read. Okay, would be the real bad part. Okay. Anyway, for the record, these are very long demos. It's probably like the demos they have for these. I think they're probably like the demos they released for Daybreak recently. Like, this is basically the full Chapter 1, I believe. Or at least a large chunk of it, I'm sure. Well, the thing is, I am playing this on hardware. You know, this is not being emulated, and I hear emulation for Vita is a little wacky right now. Also, man, you were commenting on that a bit late. Okay. Okay. Well, and Cyrus, if you want to investigate about the enemy type thing, I guess you could look at these if you want to get granular. I don't know. I don't know where you'd find that. We just take a screenshot on the screen or something. Anyway, I will exit the menu now. Yeah. Yep. I should buy items. See, I'm sure these are the ailment items. Maybe I could just buy... How many do I buy? But I'm sure if they messed with all this other stuff, they might have messed with the enemy balancing. I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, one big thing, again, I have no overworld turbo, so... Okay, here we go. Anyway, you'll notice these are obviously repurposed from the battle animations. Alright, I'm just going to go into it. Hey Ryan, what's up? Welcome to Trails in the Sky Evolution. Yeah, except I can't read anything because it's not translated, so you know, that's gonna be fun. Ryan Suzanto. Yo. An acquaintance of Cyrus, I see. Oh boy. Okay, all good. All good. Just doing a random stream for Trails Day. I'm probably doing a frick ton of editing later today. God help me. I'm in the combat section of my review now, so that's fun. Oh, are you guys ready to see the funny? I'm ready to see the funny. Tier list. I did 3 of them. Yeah, I ranked all of the chapters and trails up through Reverie. That was a bad idea. Hilariously, could have been worse. If I did like a character tier list or something, it would be very much over. Oh my gosh, I'm starting with 0 crafts? Okay. Very funny. Oh yeah, I do know one thing for sure, Cyrus, that they did, because someone told me about this. Really funny thing about 3rd Evo. Okay. So in 3rd Evo, they actually did tweak other things. Well, I think they introduced bell quartz into this. I'm pretty sure. And in that one also, they got rid of one of Chloe's water slots, so she's actually more flexible. But yes, they have the bells, so that means you could like have Chloe just move again after using a water spell or something. They absolutely cross-bellified these. I actually feel first chapter's music, in my opinion, is actually solid. It's like SC and 3rd, they're a little more of a mixed bag. For the record, Mitsuo Singa actually does make really good music. It's just his style doesn't work with Sky, is the thing. When he's making his own music, it's great. But like, in my opinion. But like when he's like making arrangements of other people's stuff, it's probably going to be a mixed bag. Like I know not everyone is going to vibe with getting a dubstep arrangement of a song, for example. Oh, sorry. Let me turn it up. Sometimes people don't like comment on things, and I end up like not hearing about it until like way late. Okay. I don't know if that's much better. I could go into the settings and turn it up, but I'm also probably muttering because I've been talking so long today. That's probably also a big factor, I'm sure. I'll talk closer to the microphone as well. But yeah, everyone having a good day? I'm also incredibly curious about something. Also, I love, by the way, that it tells me how long a status goes on for. Because that was one of my biggest pet peeves with the Sky Trilogy. That's fair. Okay, it wasn't a crit. Could you imagine? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I think most of us, almost all of us, got into it later. But yeah, this game, well, the original version of this game was from 2004. Same year as Metroid Prime 2, I believe. Which is really funny. And, you know, weird to think about. I mean, it has aged pretty well, all things considered. Dang. Ryan, I just want to let you know, you have aged me with that sentence. I may look younger than I am, but it just... Oh my gosh. It's okay, I know a lot of younger people, I'm just... Hold on, how much? Wait, younger than you? Okay, sorry, I think I misheard that. Okay, I got real scared for a second. Oh, sorry. I've been streaming for a while. I got real scared. I was like, Jesus Christ. I read older. Hey, I mean, if they ported this version, you know, some people would complain, but it would at least be a console port, right? But also, wouldn't happen, because I've heard allegedly the company that made these versions of these games apparently don't like localizing their games. I don't know if there's any motive behind that, but... Actually, Cyrus, that's Star Force. The guy who's 30. And maybe the fact that I know that might also be a funny thing to bring up. But yeah, I will say this. There's one bonus here that I hard disagree with them adding, and it's the, I forget what that was localized to. Do you guys know? It's the one that, like, when you attack on that turn, it gives a random ailment to somebody. It's bad attacks in this, but it's called something else in, Cold Steel. I forget what it's called, but yeah, that's in this, and it should not be in this game. This game is not balanced around that existing. Half the time you only have 2 characters. There ain't no way you're sniping that out, and it's giving you a bad time. Yes. But yeah, no, here's the very funny thing, Cyrus. I forgot if I told you. I am turning 30. I feel pain. Oh, cool. Funny. That guy's petrified. I gotta remember, you get less delay if you do it through the menu. Oh, really? Okay, well, I don't feel so bad then. It's okay, I also know other people. But yeah, I don't feel so bad then. I guess you also have played, like, Path of Radiance. That means, okay. Yeah.
せい私の番ね行くよ
Anyway, I've tried doing this on Nightmare mode, by the way. I don't recommend it. Seriously? Daybreak's only 10? Yamaven?
僕の番だね戦闘終了先に進もうそこだ
Compared to like some other games these days that are like 80 or something. Stares at Khan. Bro, what was it? Jedi, what was it? Survivor, whatever. I want to play that game. But yeah, I noticed that it's like 40 gigs or something like that. I forget. I was like, which would not be a problem except for the fact that like I just have a lot of space being used for whatever reason, and I need to figure out what's using most of that space on my computer. Yeah. Wow.
それにやば
Oh jeez, I've had longer recording files and they haven't been that large, but I think I found like a sweet spot file size wise for me. I also don't record. Wait, what FPS did you do it? Because I have not been recording or editing 60 FPS for my videos. I know some people might not like that, but look, I don't got all the file size in the world, and also like, yeah, transporting those files around sometimes is a thing. But yeah, footage is always hilariously larger than the games, usually. It's very funny. That could be compression stuff, though. Partially, at least. I will say this is already a lot more fun when I'm not playing on Nightmare. I can see a third working out, though, in this. anyway, the sequence right before Cassius has to go.
やる
Okay, yeah, the 60 FPS would do it then. I record 1080, but not 60.
父さん
Yoshua-ka.
I'm gonna just like slightly skip through the scene because I want to know if I was remembering
本
right.
当僕にそれすありがとう
Yeah, that's right. I think they added extra chapter cards to this. Or was that the chapter card? I don't remember. Maybe I'm remembering FC wrong. See, okay, I see. He's off to fight some Jaegers over in Erebonia.
さ
The
てと
Giga Chad. Alright, and we've also hit the point where I usually stop playing this specific game. But, yeah, okay. Let's... Okay, so... Yep. What did I just get? To be fair, you're also talking to somebody that, I've said this to people before. I'm not as, like, performance is not that big of a deal for someone like me because half the games I play are older games. In fact, two of my favorite games run at a constant, but still nonetheless 20 FPS. So, you know, that's funny. They're N64 games. It's Ocarina Majora. But, like, yeah. However, yeah, it is nice when it's there, but I'm not too hung up over it. Although, yeah, 20 is a bit much in the modern day, but like 30 is fine for me. Anyway, if I was muttering too low again, I apologize. Yeah, no, for sure. That said, what the frick am I doing? Anyone remember the quests in this part of the game? That is very funny. Yeah, I know of some people that legit refuse to play certain games unless they're 60, and I'm just like, I might be confusing the order of events here. Do I talk to the mayor and then go to... okay, I think I know where the plot thing is. It feels bad not doing the side quest, but I legit can't read right now, so... I think I talk to the mayor, and then he tells me to go to the mine or whatever, I think. Or do I just go there and then come back here? Guys, this is where the funny kicks in. Me no read. The funny read game. You don't appreciate how much, or acknowledge how much reading you do in these games until you hit this problem. Okay, I think I remember what to do for this kid. I think I go, like, here? And then I go down into the sewer. But yeah, Sky's turn bonuses were actually, or first chapter's turn bonuses were actually pretty boring. But that kind of worked in this game's favor, to be honest. It basically was, if I recall correctly, most of them were just like tiny damage modifiers or something, like 10%, 20% or something like that. And then obviously alongside crits and I think like Sepith drops and stuff like that. I think that was the main stuff.
Arts. Kudo. Arts. Kudo.
Zero hearts, baby!
戦闘終了。さ。そこだ。そこだ。そこだ。僕の番だね。
Zero hearts, baby!
せい。
私の番ね。はあ。
僕の番だね。はあ。戦闘終了。
I'm gonna be honest, it got wacky in third. And then,
なる排水。
got slightly more, like, selectively wacky after third. But third was the real wacky one. Yeah.
僕の番だね。アーツ。
私の番ね。
Ah! Okay.
この調子でいくわ。
Yep. Alright, let's give this to the kid. Was your mortal enemy? I like the implication that it stopped being your mortal enemy. I don't... Does anybody like Vanish?
最初に農園。お疲れ様。
You know what's kind of extra funny? I think I've been informed by some people that Trails also uses a lot of the more complex Japanese language on the regular, which essentially means, yeah, even if you tried to learn Japanese, these games would be some advanced crud. Especially the political ones later. Kind of fun. Until you realize you got no EXP from it, right? I don't have any personal vendetta at all. What do you mean? I think I might have a vague memory of, like... Oh. Oh, right!
まず市長さんにアポを取らないと。
Josette! Right, she's here. Because she's about to rob the mayor. Right, I forgot about that. Josette jump scare. Advanced.
僕の番だね。
私の番ね。
行くよ。アーツ駆動。
私の番ね。はあ。
行くよ。
私の番ね。これが私の実力よ。
I'll definitely say this. I'm getting used to it. Yeah. Probably at this point, when it's functionally a new game at that point, maybe just don't jump in on Nightmare mode. That might be the moral of the story, right? It still definitely seems like it's kept the art-centric balance, which makes sense. Oh, you know what is really funny? For all of the big changes they made, right? You want to know what change they did not add? The like dodge counter mechanic. That was where they chose to stop, which, you know, fair enough.
私の番ね。アーツ
行くよ。
駆動。
アーツ駆動。戦闘終了。そこだ。行くよ。
私の番ね。はあ。
僕の番だね。行くよ。僕の番だね。
私の番ね。
行くよ。
私の番ね。これが
Okay. Yeah, I could look into seeing if it actually is possible to play the translation on emulator for this. I don't know how well it would work, but could be nice.
行くよ。
It's just like one of those things. It's like, I don't know. This is a really interesting version of the game. Like if you
行くよ
wanted a more complex version of the Sky games, yeah. I can see this being fantastic for SC and third though, right? Like, with a more like robust party freedom and stuff.
僕の番だね戦闘
Oh boy. Oh boy.
行くよ
Cool.
撤退を開始する囲まれたか
Oh god. Okay. I need to also unlock slots, I think. I think that's a big call right now.
行くよそれ僕の番だねはっ
私の番ね
行くよそれ僕の番だね撤退を開始する囲まれたか
私の番ね一旦引くわよ
This climb's so goddamn slow! Oh, thank god. Oh! Where the frick even am I? Okay. Yeah, let's go back to town. Oh my god, no! Well, this is only...
まだいける一旦引くわよ負けてたまるもんですかまだいける
Whatever. Parry. Don't do it.
行くよ
Okay.
任せて
Let's freaking go!
僕の番だね
私の番ね
Curse of the Conga Lion. My favorite. Dude, someone was telling me they never ran into this issue, and I'm just like... I'm sure you never ran into this issue once in your life. I've never while playing these games. Although once you get a cloak, I mean, that's nice. I don't know if that exists in this version, but it'd be very funny if it did. Cloak and Haze or whatever. I forget which one did what. I think Cloak was the really good one, or the one that allowed you to just avoid encounters altogether. And I think Haze was the other one that's like enemies just don't see you or whatever. That would be funny with this encounter system. I could see them cutting it for that exact reason. Okay, let's go to the Orbital Factory. Let's try to unlock slots. Maybe things will happen, you know? Right. Cool. Equipment? Okay, I'm glad they have icons and I can see that on the right. Okay. Honestly, this is more playable than you would think if you've played other Trails games. There we go, I'm already out of money. Because that's the big thing. I need to do the quest or else I'm going to be broke in this goddamn game. Okay. I learned the recipe. Okay, that's nice. They kind of have that mechanic back in here. You know, nice. Everyone's favorite. Okay. No maidens. That's the important one. That's the real important one. Okay, I'm remembering the sequence of events, kinda. Yeah, I think I'm going where I'm supposed to now. Well, hey, I get to talk about, again, that thing I was complaining about earlier. Biggest peeve I have with Sky is the big open fields where it's easy to get turned around. That's not my least favorite part, but... Alright, I think, guys, when I get to this, I'm gonna call it quits on the funny, but I may switch to the fun. It's not funny, it's gonna be the fun. That's it. Where's a friggin' chest? I'm probably gonna get jumped with a monster fight. I know that's a thing somewhere. Can I? Oh my god. Is there a... I know there's an enemy. Okay. Moments like this, I wish I had detection. Bro, when people tell me they're like... Okay, I've had this before. But it's like, huh, I really felt more turned around in Cold Steel. I'm like, you haven't played Sky in a bit, dude. This camera angle is not very good in my opinion. I am glad I got exactly that. Okay. Perish. Although actually, given the way my throat's been, maybe I should like call it after I get to where I'm going. It's been a bit of a long stream. Okay, we're basically here. Okay. But yeah, this seems like a pretty cool version. Win the Evo cut. Okay.
相変わら
Yeah, in this game's case, for sure. Like, I appreciate what they're going for, but I kind of feel like they didn't think some decisions through. That's really the best way to put it. And even then, I mean, there's other things like the art style change is going to be kind of hit or miss for some people. And some people are going to be really attached to the music as it currently stands, so you know.
僕の番だね。はあ。行くよ。行くよ。ふっ。はっ。はっ。断骨剣。
私の番ね。行くわよ。連覇無双撃。
行くよ。
私の番ね。
僕の番だね。
任せて。
僕の番だね。
私の番ね。圧
行くよ。はあ。行くよ。
私の番ね。
僕の番だね。
Ah.
私の番ね。
僕の番だね。
私の番ね。よーし上出来。
いや、はい。
退治しなくちゃ。
さあ今回の
Okay. Well, anyway, that was a fun little detour. Hey, I figured this would be a different way to have some trails in the sky for the 20th anniversary. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and switch on over to Facecam for a bit, and yeah, let me go ahead and just pull up the chat. We could just talk for a little bit while we wind this down. Fire Emblem moment. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, overall, I think this has been a interesting stream considering I very much improvised it. I cannot state enough, guys. I really did want to get my Cold Steel 2 video for the anniversary, or at least for patrons. But figured I should do something for today. Man, right as it's As we're kind of ending Cam, that's funny. Yeah, you can catch the VOD. I did tier list for like 10 years and then switched over to this and played for like maybe another hour or something. Yeah. I mean, the other idea I had is that I could switch over to Reverie and just kind of play that, because I would honestly have more fun. But, yeah. Figured, interesting being the keyword. Yeah, Cam, I kind of went a little extra with the tier list. I ranked every single chapter in Trail's history, and then proceeded to like also rank the games along with it, and also included the Daydreams and Doors. So I was there for quite a while. Yeah. Oh yeah, I managed to get everything working okay, so that's pretty good. What time is it? Okay. It is almost 8. I've been streaming for about 4 hours, so that's funny. True. True. It could go a little bit longer. Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? Also, as an aside, still hyped. Anyway. Sure. I see what's happening over there. Anyway, hope he's enjoying SC. Okay. Let's go ahead and, by the way, guys, over in my Discord, you guys can go ahead and join it. This is in a different group altogether, though, that's happening, but, I just got reminded that I have a Discord you guys can join. I'm not as active as I would, like, but, hey. Yo! PST, baby! I'm assuming you are probably in the state that most people in our age group probably live in, right? I'll go in and fire this up. Let's switch on back over here, and then going to need to turn that on and change my delay properties. Be fine. Okay, and then filters, turn that off. Okay. We'll see how this goes. All right. So guys, for the record, if any of you guys are early in the series, I'm about to play Reverie. This is not one you should be watching if you have not played the other games. Disclaimer. So, woo. True. So true. I forgot I unplugged the controller. I'm gonna have to restart the game. Don't you love when you have a bunch of USB slots, yet you somehow end up using all of them all the time? Very funny. Okay, yeah, I already unplugged this. I don't know, man, but do be hitting different. Do 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 do. By the way, I just want to say, you want extra evidence that Reverie is Kino? Can we talk about this? Enemy levels plus 100, and then you can carry over your corridor, and so, like, okay. So a lot of the New Game Plus stuff was added in patches in Japan. So, like, some people may have chose to do New Game Plus, so they made it so that they don't conflict with each other, which is... that's so good. So you could just do a New Game Plus run and also do the post-game at the same time if you want to, which is sick. Also, game may be a bit loud, I'm realizing. Let me know how that is. I'm gonna look at that. Oh boy. What a great start to the fight. Oh my god. Abyss mode is funny! Hey, how's it going? What could possibly go wrong? Yep. Thank you. Oh, I should have used an order. Oh my god. I just need a good roll at the start of this. Please. For all that is good. Okay. I chose to do Abyss and New Game Plus with level plus 150. It's okay. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Alright. This is not fine, by the way. I just want to make this very abundantly clear. Please, for all that is good, kill them, please. It's more this first encounter is hilarious on this difficulty, because you don't have any of your New Game Plus gear equipped, so you just melt. Once you survive this first encounter, it's a lot better. I have tried running through this. Oh, thank God. Alright. Thank you. Maybe I shouldn't have used hers. That's fine. Well, he's gonna take crit damage, the guy on the ground, so that's pretty good. Love me some mess crafts. Buster! Okay. It's true. Do 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 do. Oh my gosh. No EXP for Tio. That's unfortunate. Okay. 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 Let's do some equipping, am I right? Okay. Okay. Guys, don't mind me because I'm like actually having to take this seriously for a second here. Because, you know, just a little bit of insane fear and tragedy occurred a moment ago, that's all. The other thing is I'm using actually the members of the SSS. I did not use that much, if I recall correctly. Shout out to Risha being hilariously busted. Specifically in the post game, I mean. Okay. Oh, believe me, I am probably going to be better. I just need to be in menus for a bit right now, that's all. Actually, give me that. Okay. Why is Murakumo not the same as it used to be? Unless something else has those properties now. Oh, that's this now. Actually. Gunner. Then Chevalier. Okay. That's gonna be funny. Alright. That's good. Bro, Reverie is gonna break my brain when I get back to this for the review, and I'm just gonna be like, oh my god, I have all the options, and it's gonna be too many options. I'm gonna feel freaking overwhelmed, bro. Okay, so the fact that I saw so many lost arts. Well, I will get there eventually. Okay. Okay, that's pretty good. Also, the fact that these actually give stat bonuses, oh boy. You know what, frick it, why not? That sounds funny. Yes. And also, that hasn't been horrified. I gotta get my Cold Steel 2 video going. It's fine. Oh, the opposite. That's funny. Good God, so many good freaking things. Look at the HP differences I'm getting. The fact that, like, I'm not even, like, actually being that optimal because I don't know what all my options are is kind of insane. Considering the big jump in HP. Very true, very true. Oh god, I'm only like halfway through these guys. Okay. I'm noticing that this is being allocated for this part of the game. Don't give me a mind. Alright, well, that's really good that the auto-equip is useless on New Game Plus. Good to know. I wonder if it would be better if I, like, got into the corridor and then walked into, like, one of the late game areas and it's like, okay, alright, now we're gonna give you something good. In moments like this, I kind of wish they would just transfer your build into the next game, but, I mean, whatever, I guess. Yeah, no, I'm playing Reverie. If you're trying to dodge spoilers for it, may not be a good stream to watch. I'm just playing the intro though currently, so it's not very far into it. Reverie's Kino. I love this game. One of my favorites. Hope you enjoy it. Okay, I'm noticing I can do that as well. Yeah, I switched to this like last minute. I should probably change the game on YouTube. Thank you for popping in though if you do decide to dip. Alright, that's saved now. Okay, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm also doing New Game Plus shenanigans, so I mean, you may also see, like, gameplay things, but it's not gameplay. Should be fine. Yeah, I think I have a similar count on this sucker. Melville Arc, by the way. What a funny name. Now, I'm gonna give her... Yeah. Cold Steel 2 is so freaking good. Again, you guys will see when you watch the video, but I'm pouring my heart and soul into it. It is going to be a thing. Oh, I should probably show you guys briefly. Hold on, let me pull that up again. We'll continue in a second. Desktop. Okay, so as you guys can tell, this is how I rank the chapters, I think, so far for the entire series for me. Although I had a little bit of a tangent saying that I actually feel like splitting the acts into the different characters is, you know, diluting the storytelling of Reverie, but you know what, sure. Anyway, but yeah, there you go. That's how I currently feel. We'll see after I replay 3, 4, and Reverie how this holds up. I'll probably update this later, so... Anyway, back to the game. Okay, so, actually, I think if anything, I should probably have Mercurius on you. Interesting. Okay. No, that's, oh god. Yeah, Cold Steel 4 is good. It's like a very divisive game, but I think ultimately it is a really good game. I think most, like, issues I have with it is that sometimes it can be a little hand-wavy for the sake of getting to its big moments. I actually have, I think, that same complaint about this game sometimes, but I think ultimately, pretty solid games. I think I like the way this game does it more, though. I know, Cam. I know you don't like Cold Steel 4. It's fine. Not everyone can be right. No, I can't. Sure, I'll go with that. Oh, God. No, I think the series is very diverse, and every game kind of has its pros and cons, and some will rub people different ways with it. You know, it's fine. What element is that? Okay. Okay. Alright, we should be good to go in a second. Hold on, we gotta, Oh, right. Whatever, let's just go. Yeah, I mean, that's actually a really common thing for a lot of people. I would make the argument there actually are more similarities between the two than than some people make it seem, but I think it mostly comes down to the fact that one moves quickly and the other one doesn't. So... And also this has like really cool, like Sky Third things. Believe me, there are differences, but I don't know. This game's sick. Yes, absolutely. Okay. I mean, look, I didn't rank it super high myself. However, it is a very good game. Again, I think gameplay-wise, if you are a gameplay enjoyer, it is Kino. And it does have a lot of really good things in it. I guess I am the one in this group right now that it isn't in my like top 5 or anything, but it is really good. Oh yeah, no, he is actually, he's a really great character. Granted, I think it's one of those things that I think at first there's a lot of things that people misunderstand about him. Yeah, I kind of go into a lot of this in my Cold Steel 1 video, so I mean, you can check that out. I put a lot of work into that sucker. But, yeah, the really funny thing is, you know what really sucks about, like, with, like, Trails also, is that these games are really long, and I spend so long making these videos that, if I make comparative statements, sometimes, when you really break it down, a lot of these games have a lot of complex strengths and weaknesses, and a lot of the characters have a lot of complex strengths and weaknesses, to a degree that I don't think I actually can holistically be like, ah, yes, this right here is better than the other thing. Nah, I wouldn't say that. But I think with, like, Reen, he has grown on me a lot. To a degree that, like, I've been contemplating whether or not he may be my favorite main character now. Which is insane, because I would not have said that until I started doing my replays. He's definitely the most deep outside of, like, Kevin. Which, Kevin is an interesting case because he was definitely, like, a one and done with that complexity. Reen is definitely a character study of, like, somebody that has legit, issues, like long-term issues, the kind that can't be just finished in one single character arc. You kind of have to go through a lot to deal with it, like acknowledge the issue and slowly work towards it, you know? In that regard, very human, very realistic, but that's kind of the cause of why I think some people think he can regress a lot, which is a true statement that he regresses, but I think it's a natural regression that he goes through. Yeah. But a lot of those traits were there in the first game. When you go through it and like look at his entire arc from beginning to end, you kind of understand he started off with issues, and the events of the games only made those worse. Like, and when I say issues, I mean like emotional issues. Like, the big thing with him, obviously, is that he has a lot of self-worth problems. Like, he, you know, he was adopted into a noble family, but at the same time, he saw that it just kind of brought issues for his adopted father, and also he didn't know his real dad anyway, and so he just kind of felt like he was just making things worse for his family, so I think he joined the academy to try and get away. Not to mention the incident with Elise. So he has that literal part of himself he's scared of and doesn't really, like, want to give into it, which is him not wanting to embrace himself is the reason he can't control it, which I bring this up in my video. But actually, fun fact, it kind of ties into a Buddhist sutra thing, which is the void is emptiness, emptiness is form. It's a whole thing. But suffice to say, there's a lot to him. I'm just literally giving the full essay there. It's a lot of layers. It does suck that in Cold Steel 1, though, they kind of cut out the drama CD, because that is basically the scene where he explains the whole Elise, like, ogre power backstory, as much as he understands it, anyway. And you get the gist, but, you know, like, that's a huge deal for Cold Steel 1. Yeah. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ! Could you guys stop for 5 seconds? Oh yeah, like, here's the big thing is, like, he's a really deep character, but I do resonate with, like, just the general personality of a lot of the other ones. That's, like, kind of a big thing. I mean, like, Lloyd is just a really charismatic guy. Honestly, I guess that's the big key word, is that a lot of the other characters are just charismatic as frick. Why? I feel Randy is dying faster than the others, and I'm really confused why that's happening. There is a leveled gap between some of them, too. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay, Randy, let me double check your equipment. Interesting. Oh. Okay. Well, yeah, Cam, because, like, it's actually good. Like, it actually adds a lot to the game. That too. I mean, it was, like, obviously Onsen shenanigans, but whatever. RPGs, Persona. It can be that way sometimes. Well, it basically shows the scene where she gives Reen her bike, and she basically just vents about her dad and stuff in that scene, essentially, and that you can kind of tell through her voice acting that she feels really upset over the fact she's gonna have to leave the academy and all that, you know. Really good scene. Oh, I can't do that yet. That had, the drama CD didn't include this scene, but I actually really wish the Cold Steel one also showed the meeting with the Emperor on screen. And actually, I kind of wish Cold Steel 1 managed to give more screen time in general to the royal family. I'm mostly talking about Cedric, because I kind of feel, there is actually foreshadowing for what they do with Cedric later, but it's like one scene, and then he just gone until, like, the end of Cold Steel 2, and then it's like, okay. It's there, it's just, you know, you can tell there probably was more, and just a lot of, like, we just didn't have time for it going on. Really ambitious freaking games. I mean, everyone has their own preference, you know? I mean, for me, again, I feel, I kind of went into this in my video as well, but also, yeah. Especially in Cold Steel 1, Reen is written the most normal, but a lot of people gravitate towards the more outlandish characters. I know it's especially Western audiences. Or the more, upbeat, energetic characters, I guess. The big thing, obviously, is, like, Estelle was that, Lloyd's that, in his own way. Yeah. The thing is, though, Rain does eventually get charisma, but it's as you've gotten to know him and everything he's been dealing with, you know? Well, I think the situation with Reen is really complex. If I had to break it down, I think some of it is a lot of external aspects and the way people tend to react to tropes these days in general also. This is still so funny. Rising Nova. My gosh, by the way. Love to see it. How much does it cost again? 5, okay. Let's freaking go, bro. I mean, Gungnir was in previous ones. It had a different name, though. That was Murakumo in Cold Steel 2. I gave that cred to Laura with a quickness. All right. Woo! Alright, what I was going to do, by the way, and this was going to be very funny, I was going to go into... I was going to see how far I could get into the corridor before things completely fall apart. Probably won't take very long to do. Anyway, very funny. Corridor time! Okay. This is how early you can get the corridor on New Game Plus. Okay. Good God. And everyone's here. Jeez. Well, I see my party formation looks similar-ish to how it used to be. Smash Bros. Who? Okay. Actually. Wait, hold on. No. I just remembered the real funny. Man, where's there's Toval. Yes, absolutely. I would like to see a new take on that. Yeah, okay. Here we go. Oh, believe me, I'm gonna be cooking for a little bit, evidently. Oh, sick. Okay, let's see. Very funny name, by the way, for Gaius's thing. Okay. Shout out to Fate Stay Night. Excuse me? Excuse me? What? Oh, New Game Plus is so funny. What? No way, that... Can that stack? Can that stack? Okay, at least their master chords seem... Well, his seems okay. Compared to some of the cred I've seen. Okay, there's no way... Okay, can that power stack? That would be hilarious. Also, I just noticed Toval actually has really good unbalance. What the heck? What the heck? Now that I understand the unbalance system, Homie has an S and 2 A's? This guy's this is the best. He's the best mage. I don't care what anybody says. I'm so glad, by the way. I love him in Ring of Judgment. He's like my personal favorite mage character in the series. I love him. He's cool. Dang, darn straight. Either way, this is about to be really funny. Anyway, I just remembered something that really should not be allowed. So let's actually, if anything, that might be better on him. Wait, That's fine. Actually, I just realized something. You would be better with, Okay, okay, okay. Give me Gunner. Okay. God. I know for a fact, I go into the corridor, I'm gonna start getting dogs. Hold on, I'm gonna focus on, her having action stuff, because I'm gonna give her the funny build. She's gonna have the very funny purpose. Okay. That gives an insane amount of speed over there. That might be what I'm looking for. Dude, there's so many characters. But yeah, I don't know. Okay. Annoying. See, I'm like maybe power cooking, considering I don't think I have a reason to per se. It's funny though. Whoever gives like the most speed. Okay. Anything here happen to give speed for some reason? Hey, welcome back. I'm doing a funny in Reverie now. Trying to do a funny anyway. It's not quite working out. Yes. There. God, I kind of almost just want to dive in now. Nice. I mean, he definitely would work. I think he's a lot like his brother in the sense that I think he's a red mage. Like, I don't think he accelerates in any direction, or he excels in any direction, but you can make him into anything. I think that's kind of his deal, because I know that's how Usus is. Well, believe me, I have Toval here for that right now. Some shenanigans are going to go down when I have him in the front. This is going to be the silliest goddamn party. God. I see. That makes sense, though. Let's give him a break 3 or something stronger than that, maybe. Okay. I think I might just roll with this. I've been doing building madness for a bit now. I just want to fight things at this point. No, Risha's the most important one. Okay, no. Okay. We can make this work one more time. Alright. In the kitchen for a little bit longer. Yes, please. Alright, this is about to be very funny. Alright, into the corridor we go. I vote... Okay. Guys, decide my fate. Which stratum? I have big fear for anything past first. I'm doing New Game Plus level 150 or whatever, so, like, you know. Yeah, I imagine. Okay. What could possibly go wrong? I'm only like, what, level 200 adjacent or something like that? I need to replace that light bulb. 0. Hey, Cyrus, first come, first serve on that one. And why, of course, is this the first one that shows up? I'm re-rolling. I'm re-rolling! Okay. Dude, are you kidding me? Re-rolling didn't do crap. I'm just gonna go to like the next floor. Well, I guess I could just bring out Toval, and Toval should hypothetically nuke them, right? Right? Wait a moment. I just realized something. Out of curiosity. They're only level 233. Only that. Maybe we can get rid of our ailments this way. Yeah, okay, cool. We're in the clear now. The fact that was probably one of my strongest things is probably not a good sign, right? Okay. There we go. Okay. Okay. I just had a very dangerous piece of muscle memory just happen to me. Cyrus, I was hitting the D-pad thinking it would switch my character. I think you know exactly what muscle memory kicked in. Oh lord. Oh, good lord. Oh, good lord. Yeah, okay, I don't see what could possibly go wrong here. Oh. Oh, wait, oh no, I know what's happening, okay. How many of those do I got? Okay. Okay. Man, I'm used to that transformation actually making Reen look different now. Oh god. Fun fact, in Japan, You know what? Just listen to her say it, okay? Just listen to her say it. Flareness heart, which is not a word, but you know what? It's not burning heart. It isn't. It doesn't behave like burning heart. I know what they're. Anyway, I felt robbed when I played Cold Steel 4. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Let's freaking go. I mean, you know, it probably shows I made good builds considering I am, in Gaius's case, incredibly underleveled. Oh, good lord. Alright. Gaius did actually pretty good damage considering he was that underleveled. I mean, again, Cyrus, I was literally... ...40 levels behind on Abyss difficulty. I don't know what I was hoping would happen there. Let's do that one more time. This time... Oh. Oh. Also, I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. No, just kill me at this point. Okay. See, I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't this. Okay, we'll do one more. I have hoarded those, generally speaking, but you know, it's fine. This is fine. Okay. Let's return back to the garden. I'm sure you guys are entertained. Going off that though, if I go down one stratum, right, am I gonna be fine? Let's go to the third one. Maybe it'll go better. Bro said, oh, the easy win to it. By the way, that's a great first sign, right? These guys. No, stop, 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 stop. Okay. That's like a 10 level difference from last time. Okay. Okay. Maybe I should be using my mechanics more often. So I do remember I made pretty aggressive use of the assault gauge stuff when I played this last, so you know. Weak. I knew that was what was coming. Funny. It's okay. I may be returning there because it's only a 10 level difference. Remember it was nothing but link attack? That was funny. It actually was apparently really easy to fix. You just had to replace literally just like a text file, but that was an interesting time. I was able to stream it okay with no issues, but... Alright, let's go back to the fourth one, entrance. Okay. have a point. Did you have Carnage? Oh, this Rage, what's that? Oh, that's Carnage. Okay. What? Ah, Cyrus, always with these references. It beams. We appreciate it. Okay, decent. Oh. Yeah, give me that. Man, I could be having funny Estelle. Oh, I should probably heal first. How many of you guys have actually like built Estelle in this game? Because she is very funny. I love seeing her just obliterate shields in a single S-craft. It is kind of peak. Kino. Yeah. She is so good at that. Okay. Wins again. Alright, let's swap out with. Get up to 5 again. Okay, let's use Searing Bolt. Tiger Charge! Let's get that unbalance down. Let's freaking go. Oh. Interesting. Hey, I'm having fun. Welcome either way. Yeah, I am just trying out New Game Plus shenanigans, and, man, the stronger enemies are something. Bum, ba-dum, 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 ba-dum-dum. Okay. Interesting. Okay. What? Okay. Oh boy, I just realized a flaw with my actions here. I have definitely learned how to do stall strats. Okay. As I said. Okay. Yeah, Rena's the one that's best able to do that. Gosh, that's so many mechanics to keep track of. I've been focusing on one thing. I'm like, oh yeah, I could also go for the, like, weapon attribute thing, which is honestly a lot less important at this stage, but it is still pretty good. He has a good amount of that. Oh, oh, great, cool. One eternity late. That's true. I mean, okay, hypothetically, if I go to, like, the 0th stratum and I win, like, one fight, I actually should get an insane amount. Hypothetically. Oh my gosh, it's growing back a lot of HP. When I'm pretty sure this is giving me more trouble than the actual final boss. Well, okay, maybe not the actual final boss. The final boss of the corridor, I think, was a little bit harder than this. Which, as a challenge enjoyer, I reveled in, but... Yes. Okay, Tobal, now is not the time. Tobal, now is not the time. Ah, whatever. It is funny. One, two, baby. Come on, Agate. I'm watching this twice because it's... I have it twice, you know? Okay. Time for the dying with the homie squad to go into full force. All that just for... Okay. I'm so glad Randy got the kill there. Okay, that is a 4x2 multiplier on the regular multiplier. Well, Lloyd's at 200 now, so that's good. Tiger Charge leveled up. I did not expect that. So, in conclusion, okay, guys, legit, I'm really curious. I'm gonna do one more really stupid thing, okay? One more really stupid thing, okay? We are going to go all the way to Zeroth. I'm horrified at the prospect. And just see what happens, you know? Um, $250, baby. Okay. Northern War.
飛ばしていくわよ。エンジン来航。行くぞ。
Actually, I could have switched to Yuna. It's fine. Yeah.
任せて。はあ、オッケー。チャンス。飛ばしていくわよ。エンジン来航。俺の番だな。さて。行くぜ。行くわよ。こいつでしまいにしようぜ。 行くわよ。
It's funny that I am power comboing this guy. I didn't think one thing through. No, it's fine. Yeah, they must have toned down the EXP multiplayer system significantly from older games.
よしやったぞ
Okay, though. That's still, that's a good level up right there. You know? I only beat an enemy that is 50 levels higher than me. You know, that's all. Just power comboed it. Okay. I mean, maybe by the time I would finish this playthrough, like, get there naturally, right? Maybe by then I would be close to that level, right? You would think. Because the regular enemies throughout this campaign are going to be, like, vaguely that. But, I mean, who the heck knows?
ミッションの閲覧が可能
Either way, this game is still fun as heck. I love Reverie so much. Streaming this game was a lot of fun back when it came out. And, I still got it. I still got it. That said, yeah, I've gone way over time. So, tell you what, I'm gonna go. But this has been fun. Honestly, man, it's been a really unconventional way to celebrate Trails, but I'm happy that, we did it, you know? You know? That's the important thing. It is dark, because, one of my light bulbs is out. I need to replace that. But yeah, in general, I love Trails. I love it so much. It is one of my favorite series ever. And I just love playing it. I hope you look forward to it. I'm going to be streaming Daybreak, by the way, when that comes out. So you can consider this a teaser. But yeah, I'll be streaming that game, giving my impressions and stuff. I'm really interested to see how that game is. I've been excited to play it for a while. I also don't know if I'm going to do this for my replay of Reverie, just to run through on New Game Plus and just play. Because I already have like all the footage I need for it, because I was recording the footage separately while I was streaming, so I have all of that. And I think that'd be a lot of fun. I really do hope I could get my Cold Steel 2 video done in time for, like, with some time to spare before Daybreak comes out, so the, like, patrons can have it early. But, yeah. I was going to give you guys a gift as a last thing for the Trails anniversary, okay? But only if you guys want to. I have a video uploaded on Unlisted of the intro to my Cold Steel 2 review. If you guys want to view that, I can provide that when the stream is done. It'll be in the chat, so you guys will look there in the chat, and it should post. If you guys want it. If you guys want to go ahead and wait collectively, then that's fine. I believe if I wait until the stream is done, it won't be in the VOD for this. So, yeah. If you guys don't want to see it early, then that's cool. It's mostly me talking about the ending of Cold Steel 1 in detail, so you guys get a little bit of a taste of how I handled that, at the very least. So, that's up to you guys. But, and actually, because Cyrus and I, we actually talk now. I've actually shown him it already, so he knows it. But yeah. Regardless, though, I thank you guys so much for popping in. Thank you for supporting the channel. I was gonna touch on this. We could do one last thing. Okay, I think this will be kind of fun to do as a last minute thing. Yeah. Okay. No, not this. Where is it? I did want to take a look at, or just kind of talk about really quick, though, because now that we're on the topic of the channel and everything, I just want to say again, just a huge thank you to everyone who supported these reviews. It really does mean a lot. It's been a lot of freaking work. Like, I don't think a lot of you guys know how much work goes into these, which is fine. Like, I don't think you guys are ungrateful or anything. But yeah, I do everything. I do the artwork, I do the editing, I do the audio recording. These videos are difficult as all heck to make. And a lot of the editing I do is a little over the top compared to some people I know. And it's not me trying to like gas myself up, it's just a general thing I've noticed. What do you miss? Not too much, just me doing Reverie corridor shenanigans for a bit there, Nut. I'm probably dipping out in a second. But yeah, I will say though, every once in a while I come back to this Sky Trilogy video, which is like my most popular video, by the way. Like, I'm pretty sure ever at this point. I'd have to check. It might be a reaction thing if it's not. There's things in this video I wish I did better, but I think it turned out really well. Well, this is the... Okay, this isn't the complete Sky Trilogy one. This is the Sky Trilogy one here. I wish I handled some things better in this in hindsight, but I really enjoyed making this video. Yeah. And the big thing, of course, is I have tried to dodge spoilers because I also, I noticed people have done videos where it's like, oh, I reviewed an entire series. I need to get an upload out. What if I just took these multiple reviews and put them together? I think I'm one of the rare people that went into them. Well, it's because with this one, I intended to make a big Sky Trilogy video. And of course, these games are long, so that wasn't realistic. But I still kept the script more or less to function like it later. So I actually am someone that has tried to write sections in a way that like it can just flow right into the next one. So, in that sense, that's like a whole other layer to this cred. But that's not the worst thing in the world. But it also means that I've had considerations when writing my scripts, where I've like tried to be like, we may have some weirdo that for some reason is like, I'm gonna keep watching this entire video about the entire trilogy, and I want them to be as spoiled as little as possible. So I try to keep it to the bare minimum to discuss the game without completely giving everything away, which is a whole other thing. But when it comes to these, with Cold Steel 2, that's the point I'm giving up on that. So 2, though, I will write it largely normal, for the most part. I think 3, 4, 3 and onwards, I'm going to have to completely restructure how I do these videos. Because, fundamentally speaking, as you guys know, at that point it's too interconnected for me to really approach it that way. And I think a lot of you guys have wanted my more direct thoughts anyway, which a lot of you guys got in this stream anyway, where I gave a lot of my thoughts. So you guys can go through and check that. Thank you. So yeah, overall though, I think the Cold Steel 1 video is the one I'm the most proud of, which is the newest one. I should be, but like, it's funny because this is not at all my favorite Trails game, but I did have a passion to defend this cred, because I've seen a lot of negativity in the fan base towards Cold Steel especially. And for the record, it happens the other way around too. I've seen Cold Steel fans that are just something, okay? However, and for the record, I wish the fan base fought less, but that's fan bases for you, right? In general, though, I felt a lot of passion with this one. And Cold Steel 2 is going to be an interesting case because I'm doing it again. Because 2 is evidently also a very unpopular one. The thing is, that one actually is one of my favorites. So I've had a time writing it. And I hope I don't get, like, too confrontational with it. Because, like, I don't want to tell people they're wrong for feeling how they do. I just know I feel the way I do, you know? And that's what I am going to be communicating in this video. But anyway, all that to say, though, just all this support. Like, this cred's got 6K views, which for a lot of people maybe isn't that much. But for me, that's a bit. For, like, one of my reviews, prior to Trails, I did like some reviews, but they never really like took off that much. Like a few of my Mana ones kinda did, but these were the ones that really seemed to resonate with a lot of people, and I'm really happy because they took a lot of work. But I think my production went up a lot with them too. I think I've learned a lot from making these videos. There is a chance I'll take a break and do a different series for like more like one game maybe in between Cold Steel 2 and making you know, my Cold Steel 3 review. We'll see. I do have other things I want to work on as well, but anyway, big thank you to everyone. Okay, seriously, it really does mean a lot, and I hope you are looking forward to the 2 review. I definitely am stressed. Visions of Mana. Oh man. That wasn't the one I was thinking of, but I would like to go back to Mana at some point. That's a whole other discussion, but I'll just say I'm torn between whether I should just make a Visions of Mana video or to continue somewhere. Like, I could continue where I left off and do Dawn of Mana, which I really don't want to. Or I could also do Trials of Mana, which is a game I like, the remake, and I'd be pretty passionate about that, but I don't know if I'm in the mood for that either. That is crazy. It's yeah, that's like a stadium or something, isn't it? Something like that. That's... I'm glad you guys like it. Oh, also on... Okay, this one right here, alright? I had fun with this one. I was going to make... Random trivia. I was going to make a Tale of Luve video. I was planning to do it in between... technically, I'm at that point now. But, like, the plan was to release it in between Crossbell and, like, Cold Steel. Because that's when it released. But it didn't really come together. And I also realized it was, like, too spiderwebbed into Trails in the Sky first chapter and SC's plot lines. That at that point, it's like, maybe it'd be better to bundle it in with, like, a Sky Revisit video and talk about it there. But I'm not quite sure. But this was a video I had a lot of fun with, actually. And I get to gush about like Toval and stuff. I should pay off a joke in this in my Cold Steel 2 review. Funny enough. So that's like a whole thing. Also, this art style is amazing. Anyway, I'm just gushing for a second, but Kitsuzuki, this artist, really good. I love their art style. We need more Trails manga. But yeah. I'm rambling. Thank you guys so much. I'll see you guys later. Hope to see you guys either at the Cold Steel 2 video or Daybreak streams, whichever you guys want to watch. And again, this has been a lot of fun today. And thank you, Falcom, for making Trails. You legit changed my life. I wouldn't be the same right now without it. So, alright. Have a good one, guys. See you later.